This guy spent 8 straight years grinding monsters in the apocalypse. When the ultimate battle finally arrived, Zhang Yi hit the jackpot. After taking down the legendary dragon boss, he grabbed the last shard and combined it into a dragon blood scroll. Just when he thought he was about to hit the big time, his so-called best friend backstabbed him. He lost the scroll and was gone in a heartbeat. Zhang Yi died full of bitter resentment. But fate had other plans. He woke up once again. The time had turned back to 9:48 a.m. on August 28th, 8 years ago, the very day the apocalypse was about to open up. Zhang Yi couldn't believe his eyes. He threw the window open, and the city outside was still peaceful. It was a miracle. He had been reborn to the time before the apocalypse. Zhang Yi clenched his fist. Since heaven gave him a second chance, that scumbag Mu Chen, who backstabbed him and caused his demise in the previous life, was definitely not getting away with it this time. But there was something more pressing. Before the apocalypse began, Zhang Yi had to find the God-tier talent cards scattered everywhere. In the apocalypse world, every player is assigned a random talent by the system, but God-tier talents are super rare and require a special card to activate. There are 10 God-tier talent cards in total, randomly distributed across the globe. Relying on his past memories, Zhang Yi figured out the closest one was at the top of the Jin Mao building. He rushed over there immediately. Then he scrambled all the way to the rooftop. Sure enough, the golden card was there, but before Zhang Yi could reach for it, someone else showed up. "Hey kid, this whole Jin Mao building is mine." And that card too. The newcomer was Lu Chengzhe, a notoriously arrogant young master. In his past life, he was the owner of the last God-tier talent card and the heir to the city's largest real estate group. But Zhang Yi had no intention of backing down. Whoever gets the card first owns it. But right then and there, some crazed guys with guns popped out of nowhere and started firing wildly at Zhang Yi. "Trying to take my stuff? I'll show you what happens." Zhang Yi dodged the bullets like he was hacking. It was unreal. He hadn't even logged into the game system yet, but he was already dodging machine gun fire. He dashed forward, timing it perfectly. Only 5 seconds until the apocalypse descended. Zhang Yi pulled off a slick maneuver and snatched the golden card. Lu Chengzhe gritted his teeth, grabbed a gun from his thug, and decided to finish him personally. "Kid, don't even think about taking my card." The bullet left the chamber, but Zhang Yi had incredible luck. The moment the bullet was just inches away, the apocalypse officially began, and the scene in front of him shifted instantly. A status window appeared. "Will you choose to join the apocalypse?" Zhang Yi immediately chose yes. His body started to fade into thin air, and in that moment, plenty of others were joining the game along with Zhang Yi. When he opened his eyes, a massive altar stood before him with his talent card floating right above it. Zhang Yi was no stranger to this epic sight. He walked forward and reached out to touch the card. Suddenly, a beautiful little spirit appeared. Zhang Yi's player profile was initialized. He was player number 8857. The little girl introduced herself as his personal system spirit, and that God-tier talent card unlocked a skill for him, Copycat. The name sounds a bit goofy, but it's actually an insanely overpowered ability. It allows the user to copy the talents of other players with a 1-hour cooldown. After that, the spirit introduced Zhang Yi to the 3 game factions, the alien race, the beast race, and the human race. Zhang Yi thought for a long time. In his past life, he chose to be human, because the human race grants a 20% reputation bonus, and reputation is the most important thing in this world. "Wait a minute, you seem to be carrying something else." The little spirit reached toward Zhang Yi and then pulled out something that even surprised him. It was the Dragon Blood Scroll. This was the item that Mu Chen had gone to any lengths to obtain in the previous life. Who would have thought? After dying and being reborn, it was still in Zhang Yi's hands. Once the system detected the scroll, a 4th hidden faction was unlocked, the Dragon Race. Zhang Yi cracked a wry smile, starting off this smoothly. Is either a blessing or a curse. He stepped toward the gate for the Dragon Race to begin the official login process. Zhang Yi entered a lobby called the Spawn Point. There were many other players inside, all going through their own login process. Everything was exactly as he remembered. They were all amazed and excited by the incredibly realistic experience of being brought into this world. But none of them knew that no one would ever be able to leave. While waiting, Zhang Yi checked his stats. Apart from his talent and his faction, his attributes were all at base levels: strength, intelligence, stamina, agility, and vitality. Plus, Zhang Yi also had one more skill. The passive skill unique to the Dragon Clan is the Gold Tier Hell Dragonfire. Every time you perform a basic attack or use a skill, there is a 0.1% chance to trigger it, unleashing Hell Dragonfire within the flame's radius. All enemies will take true damage equal to 150% of your attack power. Even though the activation probability is extremely low, the effect of this passive skill is comparable to a God-tier innate talent, no joke. Zhang Yi looked at the group of people in front of him, thinking to himself that he needed to understand the talent card in his hand. He chuckled to himself. First, he had to find someone to copy a skill from. Zhang Yi quickly chose his target, a tall, bald man. He activated his innate talent and placed his hand on the man's shoulder. The man immediately grew alert and shoved him away. Zhang Yi scratched his head, acting awkward and saying he had mistaken him for someone else to brush it off. And just like that, he successfully copied the bald guy's epic tier talent. It was the Treasure Hunter talent, which allowed players to find treasure chests within a 500-meter radius. Zhang Yi grinned. His luck really wasn't bad. Just picked someone at random and already stumbled upon an epic tier talent. At this moment, the spawn point opened its doors. A voice came over the loudspeaker, something along the lines of welcoming players to the apocalypse. The bald guy was eager to step out first. Seeing this, Zhang Yi stepped out to stop him. "Don't act rashly, brother. It's very dangerous out there." But the man didn't listen and instead mocked Zhang Yi for being a coward. After shoving Zhang Yi aside, the bald guy dashed out. Everyone watched with wide eyes, a classic move to learn from. But the result was something no one wanted to emulate because, well, the guy ran straight into the mouth of a giant spider, and the bald guy was done for so quickly that no one could react. It didn't stop there. The system continued to announce that the bald guy could not be resurrected. He was truly dead. The crowd at the spawn point began to panic. Things were unfolding exactly as they did in Zhang Yi's previous life. A new status window was sent to all players. It was the first quest, along with information about Safe Zone 886, the 8th district called Hope Town. The main mission was to reach this Hope Town. Once there, their safety would be guaranteed. The quest duration was a 4-hour countdown, and the reward was a resurrection chance. If they failed, they would end up like that guy. That bald guy didn't have much of a future left, but the problem now was that the spawn point was surrounded by monsters. These people were all new players. They had no idea what they needed to do to wipe out those monsters. Zhang Yi was calmer than anyone else. He had just grabbed a glass-breaking hammer from up high. In his previous life, someone in a desperate situation had used this as a weapon, but unexpectedly. It was actually a green-tier weapon in disguise, which made many other players red with envy. In this life, Zhang Yi had been fast enough to find it first. Sure enough, after picking it up, the hammer transformed into a dagger. It was forged from meteorite from the frozen lands. Its utility value was not bad at all. Thanks to the talent he just copied from the bald guy, Zhang Yi also discovered that a treasure chest was hidden in this spawn point. He immediately pulled it out from a corner. Inside was a bottle of Dragon's Breath potion, also green tier. With a new weapon in hand, Zhang Yi charged out to fight the monsters before the eyes of the new players, who were both awestruck and jealous. "Look at the weapon in that guy's hand. That's green tier. That guy is definitely hacking." A few of them started shouting. Everyone's gaze turned toward Zhang Yi, but they all thought the kid was just digging his own grave. Even with a legendary weapon in hand, he was just a newbie after all. How could he possibly deal with so many giant spiders? Moreover, the spiders were very aggressive. The power gap between the two sides was indeed quite large. Zhang Yi was forced to hit and run until he found a suitable opportunity. He pulled out the Dragon's Breath potion. Zhang Yi timed it perfectly and tossed the open bottle into the giant spider's mouth. A massive, intense fire erupted instantly. Zhang Yi leveled up twice, gaining 50 coins and a life potion. He hadn't expected that bottle of Dragon's Breath potion to be so useful. It would be great if he could pick up a few more. Meanwhile, the crowd at the spawn point was in total chaos. Seeing Zhang Yi defeat a giant spider with one move, they were even more certain he was hacking. I feel like this kid's background is no small matter. Should we team up with him? Night had fallen. Jang Yi started heading toward Hopetown following the map's instructions. Suddenly, fast-approaching footsteps made him very alert. A man rushed over and hugged him. Please, quickly save my daughter. The monsters dragged her into the forest. Jang Yi looked toward the forest, the place where many players had lost their lives in his previous life. However, it also hid a lot of good loot, but, looking at this man, he still felt something was a bit off. Despite that, Jang Yi still followed him into the forest, but the woods were too vast, and after turning around, Jang Yi couldn't see the man anymore. Forget it, not worth worrying about, I'll just go on ahead. He continued to walk with his head down, not knowing that a pair of eyes was still watching him. Not long after, Jang Yi truly encountered a little girl still holding a lollipop in her hand. Jang Yi, being kind, was just about to take the child out when, right at that moment, a beautiful, sexy woman with purple hair and a stunning figure appeared, only Jang Yi was not in the mood to admire this beauty. Because looking at her again and again, she was definitely an enemy. Furthermore, behind her was the man who had just begged him for help. You've gone to a lot of trouble, haven't you? Another prey lured in for me to help with. This sentence was almost certainly spoken by the girl with purple hair to that man. Truong-dich realized immediately he had walked into a trap, and just then his system issued a new mission. The task was to rescue a lost child in the gloomy forest and bring them to Hopetown. The mission time limit was 1 hour, and the countdown had already begun. Successfully completing it would grant a ring as a reward, and there was no penalty for failure. Truong-dich remembered that in his previous life, some teams exploring the gloomy forest had also triggered this hidden quest. The rewards and experience points were enough to make many players green with envy, so he didn't intend to let this opportunity slip away. As soon as Truong-dich accepted the quest, the girl's body transformed. It turned out she was a spider demon. Seeing this creature, the child beside Truong-dich started screaming and crying in terror. He could only offer a few words of comfort before pulling out the blue-tier weapon he had just looted. Truong-dich charged forward with force, but the spider demon's skin was as tough as armor. His physical attacks had no effect at all. The spider demon immediately struck back. Truong-dich barely managed to dodge the attack. His spirit companion warned him that he should just abandon the quest. That spider demon, known as the Beauty Spider, was a level 20 boss. Given his current strength, he couldn't possibly defeat her, but running away was not Truong-dich's style. Furthermore, he still wanted to save the child, so he stubbornly stayed put. Seeing that she couldn't convince him, the spirit went silent. After all, giving up was the only way to stay alive. At this very moment, I trust you can make the best decision. Truong-dich gritted his teeth. Don't you dare judge my future so easily. Truong-dich rushed toward the spider demon once again. She was ready to engage, but his goal wasn't close-quarters combat. Regarding this spider demon, Truong-dich remembered that in his past life he had seen posts on the World Channel about a hidden treasure chest that could be found after activating a specific talent. Treasure Hunter. Sure enough, Truong-dich spotted a hidden chest. He ignored the beauty spider's attacks and dashed straight toward it. The girl was a bit surprised to see that her opponent's target wasn't her, but before she could regain her composure, Truong-dich had already reached the chest. Congratulations! You have received the blue-tier skill book, Chain Lightning. Truong-dich couldn't stop grinning. He had indeed unlocked a hidden skill. Chain Lightning dealt magic damage. That meant the spider demon's hard outer shell was no longer an issue. The beauty spider desperately summoned a swarm of spiders, wanting to tear Truong-dich to pieces, but meanwhile, Truong-dich hurriedly absorbed the skill book. Once learned, it was time to put it to the test. The beauty spider was zapped by the chain lightning, writhing helplessly on the ground. The battle was decided faster than expected. Truong-dich received a new epic tier weapon, the Venom Fang Dagger, crafted from spider fangs. With everything finished, he took the child by the hand and left. The two walked for a while and finally arrived at Hopetown, where a large crowd had already gathered. Among them was an acquaintance, Lathan Trak. He hadn't noticed Truong-dich initially, but one of his subordinates caught sight of him. "Boss, isn't that the brat who stole the God-tier talent card from you?" Lathan Trak looked in the direction his subordinate pointed, and sure enough, it was Truong-dich. The man was so furious he gritted his teeth and immediately sent people to tail him. Truong-dich walked with the child for quite a distance before finally finding her home. His mission was complete. He immediately collected the Talia ring. This item didn't have many special functions. It simply provided a boost of 55 points to luck when worn. But in the apocalypse, luck was a rare attribute to come by. The higher the luck value, the more abundant the rewards from future missions would be. He had certainly struck gold. Just then, Dronzer noticed an enhancement shop by the roadside. The player running it was bragging that if an enhancement failed, he wouldn't charge any money. Curious, Dronzer went over to take a look. Seeing the chubby young blacksmith's incredibly high success rate, he asked the person standing nearby if the guy was using hacks. But the other person immediately waved it off. "You don't understand, do you? That guy's talent is enhancement crafting." Dronzer let out an impressed, "Oh." The young man had just successfully enhanced a piece of equipment that was far from ordinary. Since the guy was that good, he decided to copy the talent and see for himself. Thinking it over, Dronzer sneakily touched the chubby fellow. Instantly, he acquired the Epic Tier Enhancement Crafting Talent, which increased the success rate of equipment enhancement by 50%. Dronzer couldn't wait to pull out his Venom Fang dagger to test it. The result? 4 consecutive successful enhancements. The crowd was absolutely stunned, and the chubby guy wasn't happy at all. He had no idea where this person came from, stealing all his spotlight. "Look, everyone! That guy just successfully enhanced an epic tier weapon to level 15. Level 15 weapons were rare enough as it was, but an epic tier one on top of that? Who on earth is this guy? The crowd was still marveling when suddenly Dronzer felt a ringing in his ears, and his vision went dark. The little spirit companion had to remind him that his health points had reached their limit. Dronzer had no choice but to head to the tavern ahead to rest, waiting until he recovered to go back out and grind for levels. Dronzer reached the nearest tavern and rented a room. Inside the tavern, everyone was gossiping about the latest news on the World Channel. "Did you hear? Someone finished the hidden mission in the gloomy forest, and they say the guy even got an epic tier weapon." Dronzer knew they were talking about him, but he didn't let it go to his head. Even if luck is a form of strength, he was determined to use his own true abilities to rise to the top. Dronzer lay lazily in the rented room, silently thinking. "I have to level up to 20 quickly so I can change classes. There are 7 classes to choose from: Knight, Warrior, Assassin, Mage, Archer, Priest, and Beastmaster. Only then can I learn more powerful skills. And when I meet Mo-chan again, I'll make him pay the price for his betrayal." The next morning, Zhang Yi went out and about for a bit. But all along the way, he felt like someone was following him. "Stop being so sneaky and come on out." As soon as he said that, the person appeared. Who else could it be but Le Chengze? He was seething with hatred and had brought along plenty of lackeys. Clearly, he was here to take back that God-tier talent card. The system forcibly triggered PK mode for Zhang Yi, and it was perfect timing, as he wanted to test out the chain lightning skill he had just learned. Zhang Yi was full of confidence as he activated his skill, but no lightning shot out. The system warned him that he had been hit by a silence effect, making it impossible to use any other skills. A triumphant look spread across Le Chengze's face. This silence effect lasted for a full 2 minutes. He was certain he had this fight in the bag. A burly warrior rushed in to attack first, but his blows against Zhang Yi were like a mosquito biting stainless steel. "What the hell is going on? Slash him, he's not even bleeding. His gear must be too good. Our damage isn't enough to hurt him." Le Chengze gritted his teeth and cursed his subordinates. A bunch of useless trash. Then he pulled out a weapon, intending to do it himself. Zhang Yi took one look and knew it was a blue-quality bow. Plus, it had already been upgraded to level 15. Le Chengze drew his bow, aimed directly at him, and pulled the string tight. The arrow whistled through the air before exploding mid-flight. It transformed into hundreds of smaller arrows. The downpour of arrows hit Zhang Yi, causing some damage. He couldn't hold back anymore in this situation. If he couldn't use skills, he'd just play the summoning game. Zhang Yi waved his hand and summoned the Hell Dragon. The dragon breathed a massive flame, and Le Chengze's group immediately scattered in chaos. Even that bow was dropped. Zhang Yi was extremely satisfied. He had originally been worried about reaching level 20, but now these idiots had come to hand over weapons and experience points themselves. That bow was called the Silver Moon Bow, and its main skill was Meteor Rain. Just as Lechengze had demonstrated, one arrow shot out and could split into hundreds. The arrows fell like meteors. Zhang Yi had finally reached level 20, so he could return to town to find the class change officer. When Zhang Yi returned to town, he hoped to find Lechengze's group sulking at the respawn fountain. Players who still had their respawn counts after dying would automatically resurrect at the nearest fountain. Zhang Yi swaggered over, holding the silver moon bow, and thanked Lechengze with a very arrogant expression on his face. This drove the guy surnamed La insane. "You little brat, you just wait. One day, I'll make you pay double." Zhang Yi just treated La Chengze's insults like dogs barking in his ears. He had no interest in paying attention to them. He walked straight to the NPC class change officer. "I want to unlock my class change." After verifying his level, the class change palace immediately opened. Zhang Yi stepped inside, and even though it wasn't the Libra Temple, he still had trouble deciding. Among these 7 classes, the Beastmaster was the least popular among players, because even though they could summon monsters to fight and take damage, for them, raising those beasts wasn't an easy task, because right from the beginning of training, a Beastmaster had to take their own resources and distribute them to the beast. But resources in this apocalyptic world were always scarce. This meant many Beastmasters in the later stages didn't have enough resources and had to stop developing, eventually, ending up being cast aside by other players. Currently, only Knights and Beastmasters could cooperate with the Dragon Tribe. Zhang Yi felt that choosing Knight wasn't a bad option. It's just that this class was too much of a roller coaster. In his previous life, he saw many players who would end up in miserable situations every time they lost a duel in the late game. But Beastmaster was different. Other people might not be a good fit for this class, but Zhang Yi had a god-tier talent. His resource collection speed was 10 times faster than other players. In the later stages of the apocalypse, he could also rely on his dragon status to acquire powerful dragon partners, thereby establishing a team with healing, tanks, and damage dealers. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi walked up to the man representing the Beastmaster class. Seeing him approach, the man looked up and said, "I've been waiting here for a long time, young man." The little sprite girl appeared once again to warn him before he made his choice. "Young man, you must think carefully about this class. Choosing the right class can save you a lot of effort." Zhang Yi's mind was made up. He clicked to confirm his class change to Beastmaster. After the change, Zhang Yi returned to the town square. While eavesdropping, he heard 2 other players talking about the undead town. It seemed they had just suffered a failed raid. "I told you that town was dangerous, and now look. Not only did we not find any elite monsters, but I also lost a lot of gear and experience. This is... Who the hell knew even a normal monster would be that strong? Don't go pointing fingers at me. Why didn't you say anything when we were going in earlier?" Zhang Yi pricked up his ears to listen. The undead town was where he had first cleared a dungeon in his previous life. If he could organize a reasonable team this time, plus his experience in clearing the stage, taking down the big boss wouldn't be difficult at all. Just as he thought of this, in the middle of the square, someone was actually looking for 2 more teammates to form a group to go to the undead town. The requirements were very simple. Must have completed the level 20 class change. Before the dungeon run, a beautiful woman arrived to join the party. Seeing they had 1 slot left, Changji immediately shamelessly begged to tag along. The party leader sized him up from head to toe. He noticed Changji had just class changed into a beast tamare and figured he probably didn't even have a summoned beast to fight with yet. Put bluntly, he was just a noob mage with 0 skills. Still, since very few players had completed their class change yet, he begrudgingly let Changji join. The 5 of them headed to the undead town together. On the way, the leader couldn't help but wonder why Changji chose that class. "Hey kid, don't you check the global news channels? Among the 7 main classes, the Beast Tamare has the lowest damage output." "Well, maybe I just like raising pets?" Changji replied casually. Suddenly, the mysterious masked beauty signaled for everyone to be quiet. "Watch out! Enemies are coming!" No sooner had she spoken than an arrow whistled through the air. The 5 of them immediately entered battle mode. Skeletons began clawing their way out of the ground from all directions. The leader took the front line for melee combat. The masked beauty was no slouch either. She used her powerful flames to incinerate a large group of skeletons at once, but she let her guards down for a split second and was ambushed from behind. A cold dagger pressed against her throat, leaving her unable to move. Out of the 5, Changji looked the most pathetic. However, he summoned a flock of crows just in time to rescue the beauty, a basic beast-to-mare skill. But it dealt very little damage. Changji grabbed the beauty's hand and pulled her toward the other 3. "Run!" the leader shouted. He knew these monsters were undead. They would revive in no time. The 5 of them sprinted toward a gloomy castle. The dungeon's final boss was inside. Changji started giving orders. The knight would tank the damage, while the main damage dealers, like them, would fight from the back to avoid getting hit by area of effect spells. Phase 2 of the boss fight. Seeing how fluent he was, the leader grew suspicious. "How do you know so much? Have you been here before?" "How could that be?" Changji waved his hands dismissively. "It's just experience from playing games before." But the leader didn't buy it. He had seen Changji's poison fang dagger. How could a beginner player have an epic-grade weapon, and why did he know the dungeon layout so well? Changji was clearly lying. The leader's smile turned twisted and cold. He figured Changji must have tons of good loot on him. What a huge payday this was going to be. Changji led the way, opening the castle gates. The air inside was bone-chilling. He warned everyone to stick together as splitting up would be fatal. But those 3 bastards just grinned maliciously before slamming the doors shut from the outside. "You guys stay in there and be good. We'll come back to check on you later." The beauty panicked, unable to understand why. Her own teammates would do such a thing. But Changji had already seen through their scheme. The 3 scumbags wanted to use the boss to finish them off. They wanted to kill him and steal all the rewards and experience. Before the beauty could even process the betrayal, the dungeon boss appeared. The moment they locked eyes, the boss fired a massive attack. Changji quickly grabbed the beauty's hand, pulling her out of the blast zone. "You saved me again. Thank you." They had no time for romance. The boss was already winding up for another strike. Changji was burning with anxiety. They were both glass cannons, one beast-to-mare and one mage. Without a tank, they stood absolutely no chance. They couldn't survive the boss's raw damage. In this desperate situation, the beauty summoned a legion of undead warriors. Changji was stunned. This was the power of a necromancer, a summoner class. It was a talent granted by a god-tier talent card, allowing the user to revive the dead to fight for them for 5 minutes, with a 24-hour cooldown. "They won't last long. We need to find a way out of here fast." With the undead army providing cover, Changji saw a chance at victory. He told the beauty to just hold on for an hour. He knew the boss's weakness, and the rest was up to him. Meanwhile, when the boss faced the army, summoned by the beauty, it grew even more berserk. Changji had no opening to get close. He knew the gemstone on its back was the source of all the undead archmage's power. It was also its biggest weak point. After a tense back and forth, Changji summoned his flock of black crows. Now, the undead archmage had to fight the undead warriors while being swarmed by the crows. Changji waited calmly for the perfect timing. As the boss turned its back, he aimed and threw his dagger. The poison fang in his hand struck true, burying itself deep into the gemstone. The undead archmage let out a blood-curdling scream. The system notification popped up congratulating Changji on successfully taking down the boss. After this run, his level shot up to 25. He also received the Staff of Light. It was a level 30 epic-grade weapon, completely outclassing that poison fang dagger. Its skill, Howling Ice Gale, could release a blizzard within a 100-meter radius, freezing all enemies for 5 seconds. Changji and the beauty were beaming from ear to ear. This staff had a drop rate of only 2%. It was a total windfall from the heavens. Changji handed the staff to the beauty. She was shocked. This weapon was far too valuable. But the staff was custom-made and measured, specifically for the mage class. It would be useless in the hands of a beast-to-mare like him. Besides, if she hadn't summoned the undead army, Changji never would have had the chance to take the boss down. And so, he didn't regret for a second giving her such a precious weapon. A moment later, those 3 scumbags couldn't hear a sound coming from inside the palace. They were certain that Zhang Yi and the beauty had already been slaughtered by the boss. The trio headed in, eager to reap the rewards, but once inside, they were shocked to see the 2 of them alive and kicking. "What's the matter? Didn't find our corpses?" "Pretty disappointed, aren't you?" Seeing this, the 2 guys in the back started to get scared. They figured that if Zhang Yi could take down the boss all by himself, he clearly wasn't to be trifled with. But the captain? His ego was bigger than his brain. He wasn't about to just walk away and lose out on all that loot and experience points. What the hell are you afraid of? They've been fighting for half the day. They're probably too exhausted to even walk. Let's get 'em. Following the captain's lead, the other two lunged at Zhang Yi and the beauty. Zhang Yi wasn't afraid of this captain at all, but the way he attacked without a moment's hesitation reminded him of Mu Chen's betrayal. This psychological trauma left Zhang Yi in deep agony. Why on earth did people always have to betray their own teammates? Zhang Yi successfully managed to grab the beauty's hand. He copied her god-tier talent, Spirit Caller, and then, without any hesitation, he summoned the undead Archmage. Under Zhang Yi's control, this ferocious boss lunged straight at the three traders. Before they could even react, their entire bodies were frozen, and then they shattered. That was the price these greedy fools paid, a painful end and a one-way ticket to respawn purgatory. What's more, they didn't even get a chance to revive. In other words, they were dead for good. Now that the threat was gone, the sheer exhaustion hit Zhang Yi, and he passed out cold. In his delirium, he seemed to see his father. He remembered when he was just a little kid, already showing incredible gaming talent. His father had promised him that once he surpassed him on the leaderboards, he would gift him a brand new game. It was a shame, though. Now that Zhang Yi was trapped in this apocalyptic world, he probably wouldn't be around to receive that new game from his father. When Zhang Yi finally came to, he was back in his rented room at the tavern. On the table, there was a letter left behind, along with a ring, a parting gift from the beauty. Thank you for saving me in my time of need. By the time you read this letter, I will have already gone to find my brother. Inside this storage ring, you'll find the equipment I took from those three. Perhaps you'll find a use for it later. I believe we'll meet again if fate wills it. He Yanu. What a beautiful name for a beautiful person. Zhang Yi gripped the ring tightly in his hand. He started to inspect the haul. It looked like those three scumbags had hacked quite a lot of gear from other players. There wasn't a single duplicate item in the pile, so his immediate equipment needs were taken care of. Now, all Zhang Yi needed was a spirit beast. He pulled up the map. Based on his past memories, the mist to the north hid the Dragon Emperor's tomb dungeon. It was the only dungeon that dropped spirit beasts before level 40. But this dungeon was no walk in the park. He'd have to be extremely careful when choosing his teammates this time. Running into more scumbags like the last bunch would be a massive headache. But that's always easier said than done. The next day, Zhang Yi wandered around the town square for ages without any luck until he coincidentally ran into some beauties who were looking to recruit talent for their guild. A bold idea suddenly popped into Zhang Yi's head. Why didn't he start his own guild? In his past life, the moment he started the game, he teamed up with that scum Mu Chen, which made Zhang Yi forget that a guild was actually the best way to attract skilled players. If he thought of it, he had to do it. Zhang Yi headed to the guild registration office. He wanted to establish a new guild called God Hunter. Next, he needed to recruit members. At first, Zhang Yi thought about handing out flyers in the street, but that was too random. He'd be better off going somewhere where the real pros hung out. Zhang Yi remembered that in his past life, after the first round of survival, the system would host a duel tournament that almost every top player in the region would participate in. If he wanted to scout for talent, that was the place to be. Just as he thought of this, the system sent over a special mission. Sure enough, it was information about that one-on-one duel tournament. Any player who had finished their job advancement could participate. The reward was 100 coins and a rare skill book. Zhang Yi confirmed his entry immediately. He was instantly teleported to a special arena, a stadium suspended in the air. Zhang Yi looked around. It seemed he had slept for quite a while. The average player had already reached level 30, while he was still stuck at level 25. If things stayed this way, he wouldn't get very far. First things first, he needed to find a way to level up quickly. Get him! Hurry up and take him down! The commotion nearby caught Zhang Yi's attention. A duel was underway. It was between a mage and an assassin. It looked like the assassin had the upper hand, as the mage hadn't moved an inch since stepping onto the platform. But just as the assassin prepared for the finishing blow, his body suddenly froze, suspended in midair. Oh my god, is that an epic skill? Where did he get that? The skill binding the assassin was the mage's Shadow Imprisonment. It allowed the caster to trap enemies and deal shadow damage. The duration. of the imprisonment, and the damage dealt would increase as the skill leveled up. The assassin struggled in midair, refusing to admit defeat. He even offered 1 million yuan as a bribe, hoping the mage would just throw the match. After surviving the apocalypse, he would immediately transfer the money into that guy's account. 1 million was no small sum. The mage gave a self-deprecating laugh. If he'd had 1 million in his hands back then, his company would have survived. It wouldn't have gone bankrupt. He wouldn't have ended up losing everything and falling into ruin. And he certainly wouldn't have been pushed to the point of wanting to give up on life. But now, 1 or 2 million meant nothing anymore. They had entered this apocalyptic world, and he didn't want to lose. And he definitely wouldn't accept defeat from someone weaker than himself. "I won't let my life be a failure again," the mage roared, simultaneously amplifying his mental power. A system notification chimed. The mage, 7 Vu, had defeated the assassin Nin Trin. He had successfully leveled up, but 7 Vu's ambition didn't end there. Carrying so much resentment and a desire for revenge against the world, he vowed to defeat every other player. Down below the arena, Chuangdich gulped hard. This mage looks like a real tough nut to crack. The system continued to randomly pair up matches across various arenas. Chuangdich's first opponent was someone named Don Fong. In his past life, he had heard this name on the World Channel. All on his own, Don Fong had cleared many dungeons of varying difficulties. Chuangdich tapped to enter Arena N20. Don Fong was already there waiting for him. He was a Tier 1 knight, already level 35. Chuangdich sighed. The game barely started, and he's already such a high level? Is this guy grinding like a madman day and night? The two stepped into the arena. Don Fong had 500 more HP than Chuangdich. He was honorable enough to offer to let Chuangdich strike first because his level was lower, but Chuangdich was stubborn. He felt that this pity was completely unnecessary. "Stop looking down on people. Who wins or loses is still up in the air." Chuangdich flicked his hand, summoning a flock of ravens. Don Fong actually admired this confidence, which bordered on arrogance. He drew one of the 3 swords at his waist, ready for battle. "Fine then. Let's see what you've got." The first skill Don Fong used was Protective Sword. When this skill is activated, the knight can summon countless spirit swords. Each spirit sword can block 500 damage and reflect corresponding damage back at the enemy. The number of spirit swords increases with the skill's level. Chuangdich immediately took the recoil from his own attack. His HP dropped by 200 in the blink of an eye. This guy, Don Fong, was pretty devious, offering to let him strike first earlier. It was clearly a trap waiting for him to jump in. "What's wrong? Too scared to keep fighting?" Don Fong taunted from across the arena. Chuangdich saw that his opponent's HP was still untouched, with 4 spirit swords circling him. He calculated silently, if he wanted to make Don Fong take damage, he had to break through those 4 spirit swords. Since each spirit sword could absorb up to 500 damage, that meant he would have to endure at least 2,000 damage in recoil. But he only had 1,800 HP left, a truly impossible dilemma. While he was still lost in thought, Don Fong charged forward fiercely. "Hesitation during a duel gives your opponent the chance to take your life. You don't even know that?" Chuangdich struggled to defend himself. If this continued, his chance of winning was 0. He had to find a way to break those 4 spirit swords. Remembering the storage ring that Han Yan Yu had given him, Chuangdich pulled out a undead armor set. Once equipped, he would be protected by the undead when taking fatal damage. It would prevent death and restore 10% of his health. Right now, Chuangdich could only bet everything on this item's life-saving effect. He put it on and lunged straight toward his opponent. Don Fong felt that with that amount of HP, Chuangdich was clearly walking to his own funeral. He'd be skewered to death by the spirit swords before he even landed a hit. Thinking this, Don Fong confidently raised a sword to intercept him. "This ends here. I've won." Chuangdich was indeed torn apart by Don Fong's 4 spirit swords, but thanks to the undead armor's effect, he regained 200 HP, and all 4 of Don Fong's spirit swords shattered. Before the guy could even process what had happened, a sharp pain struck his chest. Chuangdich's venom. Fang dagger slashed through with force. In just one move, it drained all 2,500 of his opponent's HP. Don Fong fell in an instant. This is the real end. You lost. Chuangdich had won, successfully advancing to the next round. He reached out to pull Dongfang up. "You're very strong. If it weren't for the protection of my armor, I would have lost long ago. Do you want to join my guild? There's a hidden high-difficulty dungeon in the north, and if the two of us team up, we'll definitely have an easier time clearing it." Dongfang grabbed Chuangdit's hand and stood up. Seeing that the other party possessed the undead armor, he had to look at Chuangdit in a new light. As for the invitation to the guild, Dongfang said he would consider giving it a try. Shortly after, the first round concluded. The second round began. Seven Vu's first opponent was none other than Han Nya Nhu, a girl who looked so fragile and weak, yet in the previous round she had pinned her opponent to the ground and beat them. The audience below was extremely hyped. This was the battle between the strongest mages. "Don't think I'll go easy on you. There's no room for mercy in the arena." Seven Vu postured, threatening her aggressively, but Han Nya Nhu, despite her delicate appearance, didn't back down. At all. "Stop talking nonsense. Give it your best shot." The battle between Seven Vu and Han Nya Nhu began to draw even more spectators. They all wanted to know who the strongest mage really was. Chuangdik was no exception. "Anyway, I'm looking to recruit a powerful mage for my guild. Dongfang doesn't seem all that interested, so I'm going to go get some training in. If you need anything, just call me on the guild channel." Zhang Yi shrugged. It seemed the first person he recruited was a ruthless leveling machine, but having a skilled mage like him join up was already a stroke of luck. Zhang Yi didn't dare ask for more. "Now, let's go see this strongest mage everyone is talking about. Who knows, he might be another trump card for the guild." But he didn't expect to run into Han Yaru here. She was holding the staff he had gifted her earlier. Her presence felt much stronger than the last time they met. That staff of hers really is something else. But soon, it'll belong to me. Wu Bei's arrogance was so blatant it really ticked Han Yaru off, and she kicked things off confidently with her opening skill, Magma Rock. Upon activation, Han Yaru summoned a deluge of lava stones, each dealing 500 damage with the added ability to burn her opponent. The crowd below began to gasp in awe. "Oh my god, this mage really has some serious skills. No way. Is Wu Bei really folding that easily? Why isn't he countering? I thought we were going to see a real showdown, but this is a total snooze fest." Zhang Yi held his breath, watching the flow of the fight, yet no matter how he looked at it, Han Yaru seemed to be in control. She had the advantage, but for some reason, he had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, right after that, a massive explosion rocked the arena. Zhang Yi was stunned. Both of them had vanished. He was too shocked to speak. What kind of move did that guy Wu Bei use? He'd never even seen it in his past life. By the time they reappeared, Han Yaru was already pinned under Wu Bei's feet. He toyed with her staff in his hands, looking incredibly satisfied. Zhang Yi rushed onto the arena to help the beauty up. "You did well," he comforted her. As for that staff, he would definitely take it back from Wu Bei in the finals. Zhang Yi always keeps his word. Throughout the following rounds, he kept defeating tough opponents and his level soared at a dizzying pace. Finally, he reached the finals. His opponent was none other than that mage, the wanderer, Wu Bei. Whispers rippled through the crowd. They never expected a beast-mare to make it to the finals. Many realized that Zhang Yi was the same guy who just entered the game. Having single-handedly wiped out a swarm of spiders, this match was even more highly anticipated. Wu Bei still carried himself with that same cocky attitude and foul mouth. The moment he faced Zhang Yi, he started provoking him. "Hey kid, looks like you've been dying to settle the score with me, huh? I hate people who try to take what's mine." Wu Bei slammed his staff into the ground. The earth exploded, and he let out a mocking, cackling laugh. "If you want it, come and take it back yourself." After the shockwave, it was as if Zhang Yi had been teleported to another dimension. The arena vanished. The spectators vanished. Only he and Wu Bei remained. Zhang Yi could still faintly hear the complaints of the crowd from outside. "What's going on? Disappeared again? What is he doing? Using the same move twice? Hey, at least let us see the fight. Do you think we're invisible?" Zhang Yi finally understood why Han Yaru disappeared earlier. Turns out, Wu Bei had created a separate space. This was his legendary grade talent, the domain of nothingness. When activated, it creates an isolated space that swallows the opponent. For 5 minutes inside this domain, the caster gains a 30% increase in damage. "You can't win against me in here," Wu Bei declared with absolute confidence, "because here, every death consumes a resurrection charge just like outside, and even after you revive, you're still stuck in this space. No escape." Zhang Yi wanted to use a preemptive strike, but he couldn't even get close to Wu Bei. That meant he couldn't copy his talent, and Han Yaru's spirit exchange was useless in this domain. After dodging for a bit, Wu Bei sneered, mocking Zhang Yi for his stupidity. "You refuse to drink the toast, so you'll have to drink the forfeit." He then fired his shadow bow, costing Zhang Yi 700 HP instantly. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. The opponent had only used a basic magic attack, and he had already lost a third of his health bar. If this kept up, he might not even survive 2 more hits before he was done for. "But, Dao, it is this and that. Exercit pamin. Some min. A bold idea popped into Zhang Yi's head. Since dying in this space means reviving in the same spot, Zhang Yi turned his dagger and stabbed himself. Under Wu Bei's shocked gaze, Zhang Yi used his last resurrection charge and came back to life. But his bold idea was to use spirit exchange to summon his previous self that had just died. "Are you playing games with me?" Wu Bei exclaimed. "Playing games, you ask? Even if I lose a resurrection chance, I'm not letting you off the hook." Now, there were 2 Zhang Yis, and he summoned a flock of crows to disrupt his. Wu Bei's aim, he'd need 6 arms to handle this. As time ticked by, the space created by Wu Bei was about to collapse, making him increasingly desperate. He was pummeled until he fell to his knees, but he still refused to admit defeat. Seizing a moment when Trongdik was distracted, Wu Bei summoned a dark sword, attempting to stab him in the back. Fortunately, the spirit Trongdik had summoned with his spirit swapper blocked the blow. Although that summon perished, Wu Bei was already on his last legs. This only enraged Trongdik further. He didn't hold back at all, raining blows down on Wu Bei until the guy was screaming for mercy. The time limit for the space was up. It finally shattered, but the battle between the 2 had already been decided. The audience hadn't even seen much of it. They only knew Wu Bei had been defeated. Everyone felt he got exactly what he deserved. Who told him to act so high and mighty while trying to rob a young lady's weapon? Truong Dik became the champion of the first season's dueling tournament amidst the applause. The cheers of the crowd shattered the prejudice that beast tamers were inherently weak. He really did what he said he would. Winning back the scepter for Han Yanyu made her incredibly touched. Trongdik's reward was a treasure chest containing an epic-grade weapon of his choice, level 35. Just in time, too, as his level 20 poison fang daggers were no longer cutting it. Trongdik excitedly opened the chest, only to find a dual-element frostfire sword. What an incredible weapon. It seems sacrificing that one revival wasn't a waste after all. Trongdik threw a disdainful look at Wu Bei, who was lying unconscious on the ground. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because it's the apocalypse. I advise you to start acting like a decent human being from now on." Trongdik stepped off the arena, instantly surrounded by a dozen people. He returned the scepter to Han Yanyu and invited her to join his guild, especially since she was looking for her brother. With more help in the guild, maybe she'd find him faster. For that reason, Han Yanyu naturally didn't refuse, but right after that, the requests to join Trongdik's guild skyrocketed. Everyone wanted to join to be protected by such a powerful guild leader. In that situation, Trongdik could only grab Han Yanyu's hand and bolt. This was the first time he'd been chased by so many people. Outsiders watching might have thought he was being hunted by debt collectors. Regarding the guild, Trongdik felt he shouldn't just let anyone in. He still lacked a dedicated healer, but with the 3 of them, him, Donfang, and Han Yanyu, they could probably clear the Dragon Grave Monarch dungeon. As he was lost in thought, not paying attention, a man suddenly appeared beside him. Trongdik's highest level of alertness was triggered instantly. He shielded Han Yanyu, bristling like a mother hen. "Who are you, and what do you want?" "Oh, Than Long. Why are you here? Where's my brother?" Han Yanyu spoke up from behind him, her voice full of surprise. Trongdik felt like, for a second, he had acted like a total fool. It turned out this person was an acquaintance of Han Yanyu, her brother. Before, when they had business, he had instructed Than Long to protect his sister well, and Than Long had followed them to the dungeon for exactly that reason. the dragon-grave monarch no less. When the three of them reached the entrance, Dongfang was already waiting. Not bad at all. Didn't see you for the moment, and not only did you win the championship, but you also found 2 strong teammates? Dongfang praised him with a click of his tongue. He was in a great mood. And you've leveled up again, haven't you? Trongdik started complimenting him back. The two of them were like a rehearsed act, praising each other to the skies. The 4-person party was successfully formed. They began to enter the dungeon together, unaware that their every move was being watched by a stranger. They were already prepared to head inside. You can inform the boss that they've arrived. The 4 of them stepped into the dungeon. In the first corridor, there were 2 rows of soldier statues, sculpted so meticulously they looked real. However, after observing for a while, Han Yu felt something was off. The eyes hidden behind the soldiers' helmets seemed to be glowing. Before she could voice her suspicion, the stone layer covering the statues automatically crumbled away. Trongdik immediately signaled his teammates to fall back. Clear as day, these 2 rows of soldiers were all monsters. Dongfang, being a knight, took the front line. Trongdik and Han Yu stood in the middle for support, with the archer Thanlong in the back. The 4 of them plunged into battle, but Dongfang didn't even take these monster soldiers seriously. He just treated them as his own leveling machines. Trongdik also charged forward powerfully. This was a perfect opportunity to test if his new weapon felt natural to use. The battle seemed lopsided, as the 4 of them coordinated their kills with rhythmic precision. That was until a horse-riding knight appeared, wielding a blade engulfed in flames. He coldly glanced at Trongdik's party, then spurred his horse to charge toward them like a whirlwind. Dongfang sensed immediately that this enemy was no simple foe. He instantly activated his protective sword skill and hurriedly summoned a sword formation. Every enemy trapped in the formation instantly took 3,000 physical damage. The soldiers were sent flying, and even the knight on the white horse was knocked off his mount. Dongfang's sword trails illuminated the space. After a moment of sweeping through the ranks, he sheathed his sword with the coolness of a Zorro. Although the white horse had been taken down, the knight, in that bright red armor, was still alive. He pointed his sword to the sky and screamed with all his might, "Awaken, Lord Gula!" At the Eternal Tower, the entire battle of Trongdik's party was being broadcast live on a large screen. A middle-aged man and his subordinates were watching intently. The woman noticed that her master was extremely interested in that young beast tamer. The man did not deny it, because he saw a familiar shadow flickering over Trongdik. Perhaps I am mistaken, because that person is long gone. Back in the day, it was this very man who pushed that person into the bottomless abyss, leaving the flames to consume them whole, never to be reincarnated again. If my guess is right, that person was Zhang Yi's father. Seeing Zhang Yi's team clearing the dungeon so smoothly, he wore a devious smile. "Looks like I need to crank up the difficulty for you lot." Once that man meddled with things, the difficulty truly spiked. The Dragon Emperor Gula, summoned by that red-armored knight, appeared, and it started absorbing power from its fallen subordinates. To level up. A level 2 Dragon Emperor was something Zhang Yi had never experienced in his past life, but where there is danger, there is opportunity. If we can take it down, the monster egg that drops will surely be even rarer. However, actually taking it down is a massive problem. Facing the dragon's relentless, storm-like barrage, the HP of all 4 members started dropping rapidly. Qinglong felt that if they kept this up, none of them would make it out alive. Zhang Yi immediately ordered his teammates to scatter, first to run in different directions to avoid the Dragon Emperor's attacks, then he borrowed Duanfeng's protective sword to desperately hold off the mad dragon. It lived up to the name of a high-difficulty dungeon boss. It kept spewing fire, its limbs clawing wildly until the entire area became a pile of ruins. Even the soul sword that Duanfeng was always so proud of was about to give out. If the dragon breathes fire one more time, the protective sword will shatter. "Leave the rest to me." Zhang Yi bolted forward, while the Dragon Emperor hadn't started its next fire breath yet. According to his memories from his past life, this mad dragon's eyes were its weak point. Once Qinglong heard this news, he immediately chased after him. He drew his bow and aimed precisely at the dragon. This wasn't a normal arrow, it was tipped with a tranquilizer. Once it hits, it can put the target into a coma for 4 seconds. Qinglong unleashed the shot straight into the Dragon Emperor's right eye, and the dragon fell backward, no longer having the strength to thrash about. It had fallen into a weakened state. In this condition, if it took damage, the output would increase by 100%. Zhang Yi seized the opportunity and charged forward, with his team providing heavy covering fire behind him. This was their only chance to turn the tide. The seamless execution began once again. First, Han Ya-Ru used her Ice Wind spell, howling, to freeze the dragon in place. Qinglong and Duan Feng, behind them, kept firing arrows and swords, but the most crucial part was still Zhang Yi. Once he got extremely close to the dragon, he immediately changed the attribute of the sword in his hand to ice, then delivered a decisive strike to its weakest point. Just like that, the level 2 Dragon Emperor was taken down by the 4-person team. A flurry of items dropped, from armor and leg guards to swords. The quality was enough to dazzle Zhang Yi, but he left those pieces of gear for his teammates because the only thing Zhang Yi needed was that monster egg. While the group was busy looting, a bunch of strangers suddenly stormed the castle. The moment they appeared, they attacked aggressively, with Zhang Yi as their target. "Watch out!" Qinglong shouted, then lunged forward, using his own body to shield Zhang Yi. Duan Feng and Han Ya-Ru also moved in quickly, but Qinglong had taken a fatal blow. Zhang Yi was still stunned, unable to process what had just happened. Where did those people come from? Why were they attacking? And why did Qinglong take the hit for him? "You once saved the young Mrs. Life. This favor is me paying you back on her behalf." Qinglong's body began to fade. He still had a chance to respawn, so he would return to the town fountain. Before fading away completely, Qinglong didn't forget to threaten Zhang Yi. If he dared to let Han Ya-Ru get hurt, he would never forgive him. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, anger surging to his brain. "I was busy killing a dragon. I haven't even finished collecting the loot, and now I'm getting ambushed? Who the hell are you? Why are you ambushing us?" Zhang Yi roared, drawing his sword, ready for battle. He saw the group burst into laughter, every one of them looking as shameless as the next. "Zhang Yi, I told you. There would come a day when I'd make you pay double, and today is the day you settle the debt." Thought it was someone else. Turns out it's an old acquaintance. "Master Law is here to settle the score, Law." "Chengze, it's you again." Zhang Yi was sick of seeing this guy's face. Duan Feng's hand was already on his sword, but Zhang Yi stopped him. This was his own grudge to settle, but there was one thing to do first. Zhang Yi sliced his own palm and let the fresh blood drip onto the monster egg. A majestic aura instantly erupted. Zhang Yi clearly felt that this was a Dragon Clan egg. It seemed his luck hadn't run out yet. This is the rarest type of monster. In this apocalyptic world, Zhang Yi didn't dare to hesitate. He used his blood as a conduit to form a contract with the monster still inside the shell. Once the contract was established, the eggshell began to crack and a tiny dragon emerged, looking incredibly harmless and trembling. Zhang Yi, Duanfeng, and Han Ya-Ru were all left dumbfounded by the situation. Are the beast tamer monsters you guys have all this harmless looking?" Duanfeng asked, looking skeptical. After 2 seconds of shock, Love Chengzi also burst into laughter, staring at the little dragon that looked more like a toy. He felt like he could crush it with one hand. The dragon might be small, but it had pride. Being mocked the moment it was born made it furious. Lave Chengze kept laughing, continuously belittling Zhang Yi's monster. As a result, the baby dragon opened its mouth and spewed a massive flame. Lave Chengzi's lackeys were instantly incinerated into ash, leaving only him and one other, surviving, fleeing together in terror. Zhang Yi couldn't believe this harmless-looking creature had such destructive power either. He picked it up, placed it on his shoulder, and turned to speak to Duanfeng and the others. "Job's done, let's head back. Just a shame that the leader managed to slip away. Who exactly were those people earlier?" Han Yanyu couldn't hide her curiosity. She was no stranger to Lathan Trock, but the guys he brought along were genuinely bizarre. They were all wearing these strange outfits, looking just like members of the alien factions. He just couldn't figure out how Lathan Trock managed to get them here. Plus, those weird marks on their bodies, he had no clue what they meant. The three of them returned to Hope Town together, where Than Long was already waiting. He was super excited to see that Chuangdich had brought back a kid. Than Long tried to pet it like he would a dog, but this little dragon had a nasty temper. Just like that, its fur stood all on end, ready to breathe fire again. Just then, the system sent out a new alert. Because players in District 886 defeated the greedy Dragon Emperor Gula from the hidden dungeon in the Dragon Emperor's tomb, acting as Gula's world boss companion. The Golden Skeleton General will arrive at Hopetown ahead of schedule. Players of District 886, please prepare yourselves. Chuang Dich was shocked. He hadn't expected them clearing the hidden dungeon to trigger the world boss arrival this early. This didn't match the events from his past life at all. As soon as the notification finished, the sky began to warp. Black clouds swirled into a massive storm, and in the very center of the eye there was a light, so blinding that nobody could look at it directly. The baby dragon on Chuang Dich's shoulder was so terrified it pressed right against his neck, shivering uncontrollably. Even Han Nya Nyu felt a pressure so heavy it was hard to breathe. What on earth is the Golden Skeleton General to cause such a massive spectacle just by appearing? Is he really that dangerous? Yeah, he's dangerous, Chuang Dich replied. He could already feel a headache coming on. In his past life, this skeleton single-handedly wiped out half of Hopetown. 60% of the players died by his hand. To have him show up this early, he was afraid his current level wasn't enough to handle it. But only by completing the mission to defeat the Golden Skeleton General could he unlock the new Town Lord. And only then would he have a chance to find the traitor, Mo Than. Meanwhile, in a different scene, another mysterious character made his debut. Seems like some spoiled rich kid or a powerful figure. His subordinates had just brought back 2 monster eggs, but the guy didn't look happy because one was missing. His subordinates didn't dare hide the truth, explaining that a beast tamer from District 886 had taken down the Dragon Emperor first, claiming the last egg, and even signed a contract with the black dragon that hatched from it. The mysterious figure smiled sinisterly. District 886, huh? This is getting interesting. Fine, you lot can get out of here. With that, he carried the 2 monster eggs into his room, and it was absolutely mind-blowing. The room was filled with countless monster eggs, all neatly lined up. The Golden Skeleton General appeared with an incredibly flamboyant entrance. In reality, he was just a gigantic pile of bones. Skeleton and Gula were friends, and today he had come to avenge his best friend. From all sides around the skeleton, endless fireballs rained down on the earth like meteors. Wherever they landed, lower-level undead appeared. Chaos broke out instantly, and the players in Hopetown were in a complete panic. The skeleton is a level 50 world boss. Bringing him out at this early stage of the game, aren't they just trying to crush us? But risks always come with rewards. If you can take down the skeleton, your level will definitely skyrocket, and you'd likely pick up tons of top-tier gear. After the skeleton's overly dramatic entrance, the system officially sent out mission info to all players. They had to stop the skeleton from invading Hopetown. The person who deals the final blow, or the one who inflicts the most damage, will receive a massive reward, including experience, currency, and S-rank equipment. But if this mission fails, every single player in District 886 will die. S-rank gear is incredibly rare. That reward really stirred Chuang Dich's heart. If they didn't act now, when would they? He gathered Dongfang's group to start planning. First, he told them to keep a distance of over 100 meters from the monster. Because the skeleton moves very slowly, keeping that distance would keep them safe. Chuang Dich tasked Dongfang with clearing out the small fry while he, Then Long, and Han Yan Yu would launch a direct assault on the boss. The brutal battle began quickly. The Golden Skeleton General's minions might have been small fry, but their combat strength was vicious, having already pushed countless other players to the brink of death. Luckily, a small girl who knew healing magic stayed behind to help. Otherwise, a lot of people would have checked out of the game already. Plus, these undead minions knew how to coordinate their attacks. Seeing this, Chuang Dich urged Dongfang to go disrupt their formation immediately. If they were allowed to form a battle array, it would be bad news. Dongfang nodded, drawing 2 swords and charging forward. These minions could beat up ordinary players, but he was a first-class knight, so he wasn't going to be an easy meal. Dongfang quickly tore through the bone minions, but their group's prominence made countless other players green with envy. They secretly went to contact the heads of other guilds, not wanting Chuang Dich's group to walk away with the reward. "You little punk thinking you're so hot? So, I'll show you what's what." A hooded guy led a horde of subordinates and started closing in on Chuangditch. Even though he was busy fighting, he could sense someone trying to pull a fast one behind him. Before he could react, he was ambushed. When he turned around, he saw those jerks neatly lined up. It was clear they were trying to overwhelm him with numbers, forcing Chuangditch to give up on the Golden Skeleton General. "You fool! Do you really think you can take down a golden skeleton all by yourself?" "Completely useless and just getting in our way," the lead man sneered. He didn't think much of Zhang Yi at all, and Zhang Yi had no idea where these people even came from. Which guild do they even belong to, being this arrogant? But he didn't have the time to stand around and bicker with them. If they wanted the loot, they should rely on their own strength. The boss was right there in front of them, wasn't it? He thought he shouldn't argue, but he just couldn't help but run his mouth. The skeleton standing to the side found these humans bickering in front of him incredibly annoying. In his eyes, every creature labeled as a human was just trash. Fools don't deserve to live. He let out a long, savage laugh and raised his weapon. "Since you're all in such a hurry to reincarnate, let me send you off." Before they could even move, the golden skeleton swung his blade. The world seemed to tremble, and the low-level players were sent flying. Zhang Yi realized he had wasted way too much time bickering with those strangers. He rushed back to this battlefield, but Zhang Yi wasn't alone. The petite healer had somehow started keeping pace with him. "I noticed your party was short on heals, so I stayed. I figured I could help you guys out." Zhang Yi was stunned for a few seconds before offering his thanks, but a terrifying scream from Han Yaru immediately followed, nearly giving Zhang Yi a heart attack. She was startled. Turns out, Han Yaru's left foot was stuck, and the skeleton was slowly approaching with that massive sword. If she couldn't maintain a safe distance, Han Yaru definitely wasn't going to make it. Seeing a beauty on the brink of death, Zhang Yi's face went pale. The skeleton was already inches away from her. She was already well within his attack range. "Stop struggling, little human. Death is your only home now." He raised his sword, and it looked like that massive blade was about to split her slender body in two. Yaru was doomed, but in the nick of time, she was saved. The one playing the hero this time wasn't Zhang Yi, it was another suave, refined man. He was even more handsome than Zhang Yi. "Xiaoru, take a rest. Leave the rest to me." No one knew what kind of relationship they had, but he addressed her so intimately. The skeleton remembered him and chuckled. Another kid who didn't know his place and came here to throw his life away. He hadn't even used a third of his power yet, so of course. He didn't give this man a second thought. On the other side, the man didn't show an ounce of fear. In fact, he actually wanted the skeleton to give it his all so he could see just how powerful this so-called world boss really was. The man gripped his greatsword, leaped into the air, and moved like lightning. His blade slashed across the skeleton's body repeatedly. It looked like he was trying to fillet the monster. Too bad it was just a bag of bones with no meat. That sword dance took 50,000 HP from the golden skeleton, but with its tough hide, it still had 150,000 HP left. Seeing that the man had used all his attacks just to chip away a quarter of his health bar, the skeleton roared with laughter. It felt like that sword display was nothing but a light tickle. The monster's crisp, ringing laughter only fueled the man's fighting spirit. "Don't get too confident just yet. That was just the warm-up." He tore off his fancy suit, revealing a rock-solid physique. "By my blood, I seek power. Grant me greater strength." The man had entered his berserker form. This was a special combat stance for the warrior class. Once activated, he would lose 1% of his HP every second, but his strength would increase by 10%. The man charged at the skeleton with his two great blades. Under his storm of attacks, the monster's health really did drop significantly. "How about that? Had enough yet?" The man asked the skeleton with a cocky, provocative tone. This time, the world boss was truly enraged. It had never been humiliated by such a small human. The golden skeleton steeled himself, gripped his blade tight, and swore to make the man pay for his arrogance. Despite being so small compared to the monster, he faced it with calm, his blades dancing with unpredictable techniques. He switched between offense and defense, but the raw power gap was clear from the start. Plus, with the world boss being provoked so heavily, its attacks became even more lethal. The man was quickly pushed onto the defensive. Zhang Yi watched from the side, eyes wide, afraid to blink for even a second. He was deeply concerned about the man. Burning his own HP could grant him immense power, but he didn't have much health left. One wrong move, and it would be game over. Sure enough, Zhang Yi's worst fears came true. The golden skeleton put his full force into a fatal blow, and the man's HP plummeted instantly. It hit one in a heartbeat, but strangely, instead of dropping dead, he was still full of vigor, continuing to deal damage that felt like mere mosquito bites. "Hey, I can still take some more." The man continued to use his trash-talking skill to provoke the enemy. It drove the skeleton absolutely insane, the fact that he was still alive, and kicking clearly had to do with his talent. This man possessed a god-tier talent card, Body of Immortality. It allowed the user to be invincible for 60 seconds. While active, he was immune to all damage. It had a 24-hour cooldown. The skeleton refused to believe he was losing to a human, and he swung his blade like a madman. An ordinary person would have been turned into mincemeat, but this man stood as immovable as a mountain. Even Zhang Yi couldn't help but be intimidated by him. This ability is way too insane. He's actually holding off the golden skeleton's attacks all by himself. That guy is just letting the skeleton hit him, waiting for its stamina to run dry. Gasping for air, he finally cracks a devious smirk. "My turn to strike back now." He merges his twin blades into one massive broadsword, moving with the agility of a swallow as he charges forward. The blade slashes ruthlessly through the skeleton's massive frame, and then he drops out of his berserker state, returning to his usual composed, gentlemanly self. Zhang Yi knows this fight is truly over. As the loot starts dropping, that man reaches out and grabs a legendary item, the level 40 Death Ring. When you equip this thing, all your stats get a 10-point boost, plus it grants a bonus skill. Every time you finish off a player, the ring's stats increase by 50%. Zhang Yi gulps hard. That piece of gear is absolutely brutal. If it fell into the hands of a sinister player, it would be a huge headache. Remembering that this mysterious man saved his team, he steps forward to thank him. But to his surprise, the guy coldly brushes him off, saying he only helped Han Yaru, not Zhang Yi's crowd. Before he can figure out what else to say, Han Yaru comes rushing in from behind and wraps her arms around the man. "Big brother, where have you been all this time? Qinglong and I have been searching everywhere for you. Are you hurt anywhere?" Zhang Yi breathes a sigh of relief. So, the man the beauty is hugging is the brother she's been looking for all along. After the skeleton is defeated, the system sends out an announcement. The City Lord has been initiated. Han Yaru's brother urges everyone to hurry up and loot the drops from the world boss before moving out. Hope Town is a thing of the past now. Zhang Yi's group happily gathers the loot. It's all gold-tier gear. They've really hit the jackpot this time. Plus, they can finally head to Dawn City, which excites Zhang Yi even more because that's where he'll find that bastard, Mu Chen. Their group of 5, with the addition of that petite healer girl, follows Han Yaru's brother. They arrive outside Dawn City, and this place is the complete polar opposite of Hope Town. The stifling, gloomy atmosphere is enough to make anyone uncomfortable. Right in front of them stand 2 towering, menacing spires. Zhang Yi knows these are the demon-suppressing towers. They have a total of 100 floors. Only by clearing these towers can they earn the right to enter the Eternal Tower. In his past life, he spent 8 years in the apocalypse and only managed to reach the 50th floor. The beasts inside the demon-suppressing tower are incredibly vicious, but the quality of the loot is proportional to their cruelty. The higher the difficulty, the rarer the gear that drops. The Eternal Tower is visible in the distance, but Zhang Yi never had the chance to enter it. Since the demon-suppressing tower lets players come and go freely to farm, he's quite curious. Who knows what kind of things are hidden inside that Eternal Tower? Meanwhile, at the very top of the Eternal Tower, that mysterious man is watching every single move the group makes. His smile shows he's feeling incredibly intrigued. "The game is only just beginning, little ones." Just then, another group of players comes scurrying over in a panic. They heard the demon-suppressing tower closes in a few hours, so they seem to be in a real rush. The tower usually only opens once every 7 days. Since Zhang Yi's group doesn't have any other missions today, he suggests they all go in together to farm monsters, at the very least. They can grab the rewards from the lowest floors before the tower shuts down. Duan Feng and the others don't object to the idea. Seeing this, Zhang Yi puts on a friendly act, throwing his arm around Han Yaru's brother as they walk. In reality, he's just looking for a chance to copy his talent. And just like that, Zhang Yi pockets the immortal body ability of his future brother-in-law. The whole group arrives at the demon suppressing tower. Only solo instances are allowed, meaning even if they enter at the same time, they'll be separated to fight on their own. Let's split up for now and meet back here later. As soon as Zhang Yi finishes his sentence, Duan Feng rushes inside. He's truly a heartless leveling machine. Whenever there's a monster to farm, he's the first to charge in. With Feng leading the way, the others follow suit, each taking their own path. Farming continuously in the tower, Zhang Yi quickly reaches the 5th floor thanks to the help of his little dragon. It makes the fighting much easier, and he's already hit level 40. Zhang Yi secretly calculates that at this speed, clearing a few more floors shouldn't be a problem. Thinking it, he does it. Zhang Yi pushes up to the 7th floor. No one has set foot here yet, but the beasts here aren't. The pushovers found on the lower levels. The one he needs to watch out for most is the level 55 demon warrior, Sin. Zhang Yi is no stranger to this guy. He used to be the commander leading the invasion of Dawn City, and he was incredibly powerful. After the invasion plan failed, he was sealed inside this demon-suppressing tower. The little spirit girl appears to remind Zhang Yi that there are only 3 minutes left until the tower closes, meaning he has to take down Sin in these short 3 minutes. The thing that confuses Zhang Yi most is that in his past life, Sin was the boss guarding the 15th floor. He has no idea why he's appearing on the 7th floor now. After his rebirth, weird things keep happening one after another. First the skeleton, now Sin. It looks like he needs to be extra careful. Daring to ruin my mealtime? Then I suppose I'll have to make you my dessert. As soon as Sin locks onto his target, he launches a fierce attack. Zhang Yi doesn't show any weakness either. I've got thick skin and strong bones. Don't go breaking your dentures on me. The two lunge at each other with the intent to tear one another apart. Zhang Yi's mini black dragon is quite useful. As soon as the fight starts, it instinctively spews a massive flame, engulfing the opponent. But Sin just laughs out loud. That bit of heat isn't enough to stop him. Instead, it makes the demon warrior go even more berserk. The fire burns for over a minute, yet Sin stands there as solid as a rock. Trungdik didn't think he'd be burning for that long. Shin was completely unfazed. He lunged forward with his dual-fire ice swords, while his opponent pressed in with a powerful axe, and they clashed. Though not severely injured, Trungdik still coughed up a mouthful of blood. His health dropped to just over 20% in the blink of an eye, and right then, the system issued a warning that the Demon Suppression Tower would close in 10 seconds, advising all players to get ready to avoid unnecessary damage. Trungdik propped himself up with his sword, breathing heavily, wondering why the attack power of Shin was even stronger than in his memories, making things so rough for him. But luckily, this nightmare was almost over. Trungdik stood tall, pointing his sword defiantly at his opponent. "I'll give you one last chance. Bring it on!" Shin thought Trungdik must have completely lost his mind. To provoke him in this state, he didn't disappoint him, lunging forward to slice Trungdik in two, but the moment his axe came down was exactly when the Demon Suppression Tower closed. Shin swung with all his might but only hit the air as Trungdik had already been kicked out of the tower. "You big lug, don't feel bad. I'll come back to beat you up again next week." He talked big, but once he was outside, Trungdik let out a long sigh of relief. It was lucky the time was up, or he would have been done for by that demon warrior. The group, including Dongfang, had all made it out, but on the face of Han Ya. Nyu was an expression of deep anxiety because her older brother hadn't appeared yet. Than Long hurriedly comforted her, telling her not to worry since her brother was so strong. Maybe he hadn't run into any danger, or perhaps he just had something else to do and left early. Trungdik also enthusiastically chimed in to help ease her mind a little. Just then, a new mission arrived. It was a special mission called the Guild War. To promote interaction between guilds, this battle would take place in Energy City. The winning guild would receive a generous reward, a transport vehicle. It was one of the rarest items in the game, even if it didn't help in combat. If placed in the right spot, it could make a fortune through transport fees and this item. Coincidentally, it could also help Trungdik quickly locate Mo Than. With 4 hours left until the competition, Trongdik, ever the smooth talker, invited Thanlong and the healer girl to join the three of them, since after those few battles, they had already built some chemistry. Thanlong had to protect Han Yanyu, so he agreed, and the girl, having no team, joined immediately. And just like that, Trongdik's God-hunting guild had gained 2 new members, Thanlong and Tiao Jiao. Now the 5-person team was complete, and Trongdik planned to put on a show that would open the other guild's eyes. Back to Han Yanyu's brother, his situation at this moment was not looking good. Despite what everyone said to comfort her, the demon suppression tower had closed, but he was still trapped on the 8th floor. Moreover, he had encountered a man with a human form. Looking at him, it was clear he was no amateur. "Young man, you've come to a place you shouldn't have. Anyone who breaks in here never makes it out alive." Under the immense pressure from this mysterious man, he could only try to keep his cool, attempting to probe the man's identity to see if he was the guardian of this place or just another player, but the man just coldly replied, "Neither," and lunged forward. The strength he unleashed seemed to completely overpower Han Yanyu's brother. He was looking to finish him off in a heartbeat. Facing him, he obviously wasn't going to stand there and take it. He immediately activated his innate talent, prioritizing survival first before looking for an opening to strike back. The man only needed a glance to realize this young man possessed a god-tier talent, so his attack, already in motion, stopped instantly. The man lazily sheathed his sword. Seeing this, he was bewildered. "Why have you stopped attacking?" "I'm just not in the mood anymore today," the man replied nonchalantly. "However, if you keep our meeting today a secret, I might spare your life. Consider it a deal. I'll tell you a secret about the apocalypse." A secret? He thought the man was just trying to silence him, but his serious expression didn't seem like a lie. The man revealed that soon, the world would face a catastrophe from which no one could escape. Actually, there was a way to avoid it, but he left it hanging, letting him figure it out for himself before turning and vanishing into the forest. Before leaving, he told him that 7 days later, when the demon suppression tower reopened, he could escape. Left all alone, he started to drift into deep thought. The man stopped attacking the moment he saw his god-tier talent. Could the apocalypse's catastrophe be related to the god-tier talent cards? Back outside, Trongdik had gathered all 5 members and was ready for the upcoming match. They arrived at Energy City. Players would not lose their chance to respawn or drop equipment upon death. The only thing deducted was 20% of the crystals received. Upon reaching the city, with the final 4 hours remaining, the organization would rank guilds based on their remaining crystals, and the rankings would be announced immediately. The crystals were distributed at fixed points, and the spots holding the most crystals are guarded by powerful boss-level monsters. If you want to collect a lot of crystals, you have no choice but to step over the corpses of these beasts. Trongdik isn't in a rush to fight. First, he reevaluates the strategy for this competition. There are only 5 of them, and since they're outnumbered, they need to secure crystal spots that are right next to each other. That way, if they get attacked, they can quickly reinforce each other. Other than that, there's nothing else to worry about. Once they split up, they just need to go all out and collect those crystals. After finishing their discussion, the 5 of them head in 5 different directions to start. Han Yanyu, Tiao Yao, Thanlong, and Duanfeng each have their own specialties, so the low-level monsters are no match for them. Trongdik is also working non-stop, wielding his Frostfire dual swords in one hand and his Venom Fang dagger in the other to bully the monsters. In no time, Trongdik takes down a large monster and seizes a mine. Level 3 Crystals. As for his teammates, each of them has also captured a Level 3 crystal mine, but with only 5 people, they still can't compete in terms of raw numbers. Against guilds with tons of members, his God-hunting guild is currently only ranked 2nd on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, Han Yanyu has been targeted by people from a guild. The Infinite Gate, currently ranked 3rd, has set their sights on her. Their guild leader, Triu Fi Min, knows that God-hunting only has 5 members total, so they are guarding the crystal spots. The crystals are definitely very weak. Their guild has 10 people, so they already have double the manpower. They decide on a plan to attack multiple spots at once to steal the crystals for themselves. No sooner said than done, Triu Fi Min leads his lackeys to charge in. They use wood-style magic to summon huge vines that tightly bind Han Yanyu. "Who are you people? Let me go!" Once my teammates get here, you're done for. Han, Nya. Nhu struggles hard, but can't break free. True Min lets out a mocking laugh, thinking she has a big mouth considering they outnumber her and she's all alone. By the time her teammates arrive, she'll already be finished. He doesn't have time to waste talking nonsense with her, so he orders his team to take Han Nya Nhu out immediately. She bites her lip, refusing to give in. But her limbs are truly locked tight. There's nothing she can do. Chuangdik, busy farming monsters, receives an alert. He knows immediately that Han Nya Nhu is in danger, so he ignores the boss he was halfway through fighting and immediately turns to leave. But the boss tries to sneak an attack on him. Chuangdik doesn't even look back because his mini black dragon easily finishes off that rude monster, Chuangdik. He equips the golden battle boots he looted from the skeleton fight, leaves the black dragon behind to guard the crystal mine, and rushes off to save Han Nya Nhu. With these golden battle boots, Chuangdik's movement speed instantly increases by 100% for 20 seconds. Don't be afraid, Nya Nhu. I'm coming right now. They say the strongest buff of all is a hero complex. Min casually plays with the dagger in his hand, spinning it around. He holds the dagger to Nya Nhu's throat and laughs triumphantly. What a shame to ruin such a pretty face. Didn't you say you had companions? Why can't I even see a shadow of them? Min is about to keep rambling when he suddenly senses unusual movement. Chuangdik has arrived to provide support. Min waves his hand and orders his minions, "Get him for me!" But Chuangdik's movement speed is too fast. They can't even touch the edge of his clothes before being knocked away. Chuangdik calmly lands on the ground right in front of that guild leader. Ganging up on a girl with so many people? Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? Min still talks tough, questioning, "Who the hell are you to lecture me, and you dare touch my people?" The next second, massive wooden trunks suddenly erupt from the concrete. Min tenses up, reinforcing his attack, and growls, "That'll teach you to stick your nose in my business. Go to hell." The powerful wooden trunks wrap around Chuangdik, but he only needs one swing of his sword to easily clear the obstacle. In a split second, Chuangdik lunges forward, closing in on Min. He cries out in terror, "Damn it, so fast!" Chuangdik coolly remarks, "Your fate is to die by my blade." At the same time, Min lets out a shrill scream. Jiao. The system interface suddenly appears before Chuangdik. System notification. Player Chuangdik has defeated player True Min, receiving 500 crystals. Chuangdik finishes everything up and quickly moves to free Nya Nhu from her bonds. He takes her hand and asks with concern, "Are you okay? Did they do anything to you?" Nya Nhu stammers, No, they didn't. Thank goodness you arrived in time." Just then, a figure approaches, clapping. What a touching scene of a hero saving a beauty. The person who spoke is the guild leader of the prideful heroes, Tudo Diem. He greets them with a smile. "Long time no see, Miss Han Nya Nhu. I didn't expect to run into you here." Du Diem narrows his eyes at Chuangdik. "Hey kid, step away from her. She's mine." Nya Nhu quickly explains, "Don't listen to him. He's a total scumbag. He was constantly harassing me in the real world, too." Chuangdik listens silently, doesn't say a word, then grabs Nya Nhu's hand and leads her away. Naturally, Du Diem won't let them leave so easily. He draws his sword to block Chuangdik. "Hey, how about a duel? If I lose, I'll give you 10 level 3 crystal mines." 3. He narrows his eyes menacingly. "And if you lose, you have to hand over Han Nya Nhu." Chuangdik brushes the opponent's sword aside, looking impatient. "Move. I have no interest in playing with a gaudy peacock like you." Du Diem feels insulted and yells in anger, "You 10% attack speed brat. You chose the hard way, so don't blame me. You don't have the right to refuse me." The skill he unleashes is 10% attack speed, a legendary tier talent that can temporarily increase his own attack speed by 1000%, lasting for 1 minute with a 2-hour cooldown. Waves of sword energy shoot toward the two of them. Chuangdik pulls Nya Nhu back just in time. The next second, he leaps forward to counterattack, casually telling the person behind him, "Severing strike. Once I take care of him, I'll get you out of here." Du Diem scoffs coldly, "None of you are going anywhere." He continues unleashing his ultimate, firing a barrage of swords straight at Chuangdik. They are moving too fast and the sword in his hand is knocked away. Chuangdik was caught off guard, with absolutely no time to counter those sword strikes. Could my eyes be playing tricks on me? Du Diem seized the moment and plunged his blade straight through Truong-dik. He grinned triumphantly. Sorry, but I've got a legendary grade talent. Nyanyu stood nearby, witnessing the whole scene. Her eyes welled up with tears and she screamed in terror. Suddenly, pulses of green energy erupted around Truong-dik's body. This was his undying ultimate skill. Truong-dik smirked as he looked at his body. My bad. Unfortunately for you, I've got a god-tier talent. All across the city, various battles were breaking out. Nearby, Du Diem's sword hung shakily in the air. To everyone's shock, Truong-dik had caught the blade with one hand, wearing a nonchalant smirk. Du Diem turned pale and stammered, No way. He frantically pushed against the blade, screaming in a panic, No one can escape my sword! Du Diem clearly had never faced a situation like this before. His eyes bulged in disbelief. Truong-dik sneered, I thought your legendary talent was supposed to be so impressive. Keep going. Provoked, the man swung his sword down with all his might, but the strike didn't even scratch Truong-dik. Du Diem roared in frustration, Why aren't you dead yet? It's an illusion. It has to be an illusion. Sensing the danger, Du Diem narrowed his eyes, clearly plotting something. The next second, he whipped his head around and shouted, Where is everyone? Why are you just standing there? Get out here now! No sooner had he finished speaking, the ground beneath a nearby building trembled with a massive thud. Du Diem's guild members appeared out of nowhere, following their leader's command, Take him down! Truong-dik shot them a cold glare. Is this the fair fight you were talking about? So, there were people lying in ambush all along. Du Diem, humiliated and angry, snapped back, Enough talk! I'm taking you down today no matter what. The men behind him shifted into formation and unleashed their skills in unison. Truong-dik remained unfazed, thinking to himself, Perfect timing. I was worried I wouldn't have enough crystals. Saves me the trouble of hunting you all down individually. The next second, the guild's combined attack slammed right into where he stood. As the smoke cleared, Truong-dik was still standing tall, laughing mockingly. Is that all? Keep it coming. The members of the Ngao Quan Hung Guild were stunned. What is happening? He blocked that entire attack just with his bare body? He's like a bottomless pit. Someone even exclaimed aloud, A monster! That guy is a monster! Truong-dik smirked, launching his counterattack. If you're done, then it's my turn. He unleashed his next skill, and a colossal creature opened its maw to spit fire. Hellfire Dragon Slaughter. With just one strike, Du Diem's HP bar was almost completely drained. Still having enough energy to talk trash, he spat, Don't think that just because you beat me I'll hand over the crystals. Keep dreaming. Du Diem kept blathering, The winner will be Ngao Quan. Truong-dik, sick of the noise, silenced him with a clean punch to the face. The opponent's HP dropped by 500 units. The system notification popped up immediately. Player Truong-dik has defeated player Du Diem. Received 1,000 crystals. Truong-dik looked down at the loser. He chuckled. I knew someone like you wouldn't keep his word. Just then, rapid footsteps approached. Tu Jiao rushed over, looking incredibly anxious. Captain, Nyanyu, what happened? Is everyone okay? Nyanyu caught up with her teammate and summarized the situation. We're fine. Some people from the Fokukmon and Ngao Quan Hung guilds tried to cause trouble, but Truong-dik took care of them. A while later, back at the base, Truong-dik sat down with his team to discuss strategy. He checked the leaderboard. The Ngao Quan Hung guild was leading with 25,000 crystals. Their own guild was in second place with 15,000. Truong-dik proposed, We only have 30 minutes left before the guild battle ends. To catch up to Ngao Quan Hung, the only way is to use long-range attacks and seize the strongholds they've already captured. We need a master marksman. Nyanyu looked at this person beside her with a playful smile. Actually, Than Long used to be a professional archer. Than Long, do you want to give it a try? With you here, we can definitely do this. At her recommendation, the man remained silent, gripping his bow tightly. Than Long bowed his head and hesitated. I'm sorry. I can't do it. At that moment, he was flooded with memories of what happened in the past. The commentator's voice echoed in his ears. Than Long. If professional player Than Long just lands this arrow in the 6th ring, he will secure the championship. Even though he had been in the lead during that final match, he missed that very last arrow and lost the title. Back then, he kept telling himself not to be nervous. It was just a technical error last time. Don't be nervous, it was just a fluke. Than Long fired his arrow, and the announcer chirped, "Will this make up for last time? Let's see how this arrow lands." But then, the commentator's voice turned full of regret. "Such a pity. Player Than Long has failed at the final arrow in the championship match once again." Standing there, Than Long was drowned out by the jeers of the crowd. "What the hell was that? Why did I fail in the final round again? What kind of champion world is this anyway? My mental fortitude is just pathetic." Collapsed in the resting room, the echoes of the crowd's jeers still rang in his ears. "Do you have any shame left? Performing like that is just embarrassing. Do you even know how to use a bow? I could shoot better with my feet than you can, you useless piece of trash. Just quit the tournament already." Than Long curled up, head buried between his knees. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm just not cut out for archery. But just as he was drowning in the bitterness of the past, a hand gently rested on Than Long's shoulder. Back to the present, the city still echoed with the thunderous roars of battle. Beside him, Trong Dick patted Than Long's shoulder, offering a warm, encouraging smile. "How could that be? You are the most accurate archer I have ever seen. Don't forget, back at the Long Huang tomb, you were the one who saved us all." He brought up the past incident to remind him. He never forgot to praise Than Long, even in such a critical moment. "You even managed to strike the Long Huang right in the eye." Trong Dick felt confident. Taking the stronghold of the Ngao Tiquan Hung Guild would be as easy as pie. And he was right. After hearing Trong Dick's sincere encouragement, Than Long's eyes lit up and his spirit was restored. "All right, then I'll give it everything I've got." The others cheered in enthusiastic support. "Yeah, we'll all do our best together." Time marched on. Cutting to a quiet corner of the city, Than Long stood on the rooftop of a building. He drew his bow, locking onto his target in the Ngao Tiquan Hung Guild's stronghold. Than Long focused intently. Du Diem and his men were now firmly in his sights. Once the target was locked, Than Long's arrow flew like a streak of lightning as he unleashed the Huang Long's electric flash technique. "Go! My arrow is in the stronghold!" Du Diem hissed in frustration. He had intended to show off in front of Han Ya-Nu, never expecting that brat to intercept him. His underlings scrambled to flatter their boss. "Wait until a moment later, we'll have it. Once we're first place, she'll see who's really powerful." Another crony chimed in. Yeah, it's almost over. Their crystal count can't possibly surpass ours." The very next second, a brilliant golden arrow whistled through the air from out of nowhere. It pierced Du Diem's chest perfectly. He gasped in pain, eyes widening as he stomped his feet in fury. "Damn it! Again? Which bastard is shooting blindly like that? If I catch that guy, I'll turn him into a sieve." Than Long continued to draw his bow, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "One down, now it's your turn." Having completed his first objective, he gripped his bow and leaped down from the building. Joining the fray, Trong Dick's group arrived at the stronghold. He gave the command, "This is our moment to win." At the same time, the system interface showed that their guild was holding 25,800 crystals. The gap with the top-ranked guild was narrowing by the second as Trong Dick charged the front lines. A precise slash scored points, adding 200 crystals. Than Long drew his bow, providing long-range support fire. The guild battle had 50 seconds remaining, and the crystal count between the first and second-place guilds was razor-thin. With 35 seconds left on the clock, Than Long didn't hesitate and fired a shot. When the timer hit 20 seconds, the system updated. Ngao Tiquan Hung led with 31,500 crystals, while Trong Dick's group followed with 30,000. Than Long's arrow tore through the wind toward the enemy stronghold. The situation was incredibly urgent, with 12 seconds left in the battle. The very moment the clock hit 0, the announcement of the battle's end rang out. "Congratulations to the Thu Lip Than Min Guild for becoming the champions of the Nang Uyen City Guild battle." The system interface showed a mere 500 crystal difference between them and the runner-up. Trungdit didn't hesitate to praise his teammate. "Than Long, that was amazing. I told you you're the best archer out there." Nyanyu nodded in agreement. "Brother Than Long is truly incredible." A member of the Ngao Tiquan Hung Guild spoke up timidly. "Boss, we lost." A person beside him suggested, "Boss, what if we go catch them now?" Du Diem cut them all off, gritting his teeth as he spat out every word. "Get lost! Do you think I haven't lost enough face in front of Han Yanyu already? You useless idiots!" The system issued the rewards along with an announcement. Please accept the rewards for being the champions of the Nang Uyen Guild battle. Trongdik, who had been waiting for this a long time, thought, "It's finally here." The reward chest opened, revealing a variety of items. Trongdik picked one up, tossing it in his hand. "Finally, I've got the teleportation gear. Getting around will be so much easier now." Du Diem brushed past him, his face twisted in annoyance. "Just you wait. The Daitox Then Min Guild has their eyes on you now. Your good days are numbered. Let's go." Trongditch didn't respond, just watching the backs of the retreating group. Nyanyu asked, curious, "What is this Then Min Guild and Detok he mentioned?" Trongdik shook his head slightly. "I've never heard of them either, but I suspect it's related to the person in black from the Long Huang tomb from before." In the time that followed, Trongdit walked through an area of ancient architecture, accompanied by Thane Long, while a girl cloaked in a black hood followed them silently. A moment later, she hurried past and bumped firmly into Nanyu's shoulder. "Oh, excuse me, stop it for a second." The person seized the chance to sneak her hand toward Nanyu's waist, activating the sleight of hand skill, explaining it briefly. Sleight of hand, level 5, a specialized skill for the thief class. It allows you to snatch an item from another player's bag with just a few seconds of movement. The mysterious girl achieved her goal, a smirk tugging at the corner of her lips as she quickly retreated. Than Long frowned, reprimanding her. "Hey, don't you have eyes? Watch where you're going. You bumped into someone." Zhang Yi asked the person beside him, "What's wrong?" Han Yu quickly checked her bag. "Someone stole the ring you gave me." Their eyes darted suspiciously toward the figure in a black cloak scurrying away. Zhang Yi immediately sensed something was wrong, gritted his teeth, and urged, "Quick, chase them down!" In a flash, he vaulted onto the wall in front, and Zhang Yi followed in hot pursuit. Before fleeing, the thief looked back and covered their mouth with a smirk. Then Long quickly caught up from behind. As soon as he arrived, he asked anxiously, "Did you catch the thief?" Zhang Yi stared thoughtfully at the afterimage left on the building. He shook his head slightly. "No. She must have used a teleportation scroll to get to Moonlight City." Then Long looked doubtful. "Isn't Moonlight City the capital of the Otherworlders?" Zhang Yi rubbed his chin in deep thought. "Exactly. That divine guild the guy Situ Yan mentioned is also connected to the Otherworlders. It looks like I'll have to pay Moonlight City a visit." He fell into thought. "To upgrade my Dragon Soul talent, I need to use the reputation of all 3 factions. This might be the perfect opportunity to gain the Otherworlders' reputation, and perhaps scout out clues about Mo Chen's whereabouts in the capital as well." With that decided, Zhang Yi turned around and gave instructions. "You and Nanyu stay here for now. If 8 Desolations return suddenly and can't find you, that wouldn't be good." Nanyu naturally agreed. "All right, but you have to be careful on your own." Then Lung promised, "Don't worry, just go. I'll protect the young lady. You have nothing to worry about." Zhang Yi stared at the teleportation gear in his hand, thinking, "I need to set a teleportation anchor first so I can use the gear to warp back directly next time." He spoke into the void. "Please teleport me to the Otherworlders' Moonlight City." The system replied, "Understood, brave one." In no time, Zhang Yi was in Moonlight City. The system notified him of his arrival and deducted 100 gold coins. He grumbled to himself, "The teleportation fee is so expensive. There go 100 gold coins just like that." Nearby, a miserable cry for help rang out. "Help! Someone help me!" Zhang Yi glanced over, feeling suspicious. "It's so late already. Why is there still someone crying for help? Looks like Moonlight City isn't very safe either." Down an alleyway, a dark pink teddy bear fell at a girl's feet as armed men closed in on her. She screamed in frantic desperation, "Stay away from me!" When Tai watched her reaction, sneering, "Weren't you great at running? Go on, keep running." Seeing the blade about to strike her, Diep Vu covered her head and screamed, "Ah!" But the expected pain never came, when Tai's strike had been blocked by someone. Zhang Yi stood in front of Diep Vu and knocked the opponent's sword away with a single blow. When Tai snarled a warning, "Who are you? Do you have any idea what happens to those who offend us?" He stood his ground and retorted, "I just know you shouldn't be bullying a girl like this." The next second, Zhang Yi slashed, snapping the weapons in their hands. "Get lost before I change my mind." One of them panicked. "This guy is stronger than us, run!" With that, he shouted for his cronies to scramble away. Zhang Yi turned to look at the girl behind him. "Why were they hunting you?" Deep Vu muttered. Wasn't it just overstealing a boss kill? They chased me through several maps just to hunt me down here. What a bunch of petty jerks. Zhang Yi was curious. Who are they? Why are they so arrogant? She puffed out her chest and scoffed. They're from the Divine Guild. Everyone in Moonlight City is afraid of them. Hearing this, he inwardly confirmed his suspicions. It really was the Divine Guild. Their attire matched those he had seen at the Dragon Emperor's tomb earlier. Zhang Yi didn't want to get involved further, so he turned to leave. You should head back. It's getting late. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone. Hearing movement behind him, he frowned. Why are you following me? Deep Vu looked up at Zhang Yi with wide, shimmering eyes, her voice trembling. What if they come back? I'm scared. He didn't say a word, just continued walking while silently waving for her to follow. Deep Vu understood and happily tagged along. I won't be a burden to you, don't worry. I know Moonlight City like the back of my hand. Judging by how you look, this is your first time here, right? If you need anything, I can help. At the Moonlight City Inn, Zhang Yi handed money to the receptionist. 1 room for me. Make it 2 rooms. He settled Diep Vu into a room and waved goodbye at the door. Returning to his own room, Zhang Yi flopped onto the bed, stretching his arms out happily. Nothing beats lying on a bed. Time passed, and as the room plunged into darkness, the door was softly nudged open from the outside. Zhang Yi, already in his room, had fallen fast asleep. His eyes were tightly shut. Deep Vu crept to his bedside in silence, a twisted smile on her face. She pulled out a dagger, smirking triumphantly. 10,000 gold coins are almost mine. Deep Vu watched Zhang Yi, who was still fast asleep, and raised the knife, intending to plunge it down. She struck without hesitation, but Zhang Yi suddenly rolled over. The knife only stabbed into the mattress beside him. Deep Vu pulled the blade out, gritting her teeth. Lucky you, but let's see you dodge this time. Before she could strike again, Zhang Yi suddenly bolted up and punched Deep Vu straight in the face. Whether he was delirious or not, he muttered, Die, Mo Chen. Who told you to betray me? Zhang Yi clearly didn't hold back. Deep Vu clutched her face in pain and collapsed. It hurts so much. The man on the bed looked at her dreamily, puzzled. Is that you? Did you come to my room again? Deep Vu immediately feigned innocence and acted coy. I had a nightmare that those men in black were hunting me again. I'm so scared. Trong Ditch patted her shoulder to comfort her. It's all right. Go to sleep now. I'll protect you. As she lay down, he stared at her intently, thinking to himself, step by step, she's leading me into a trap. I want to see what other crooked schemes you have up your sleeve. The scene shifts to the next morning. The two walk through several streets in Moonlight City and stop at a specific location. Trong. Dick looks up and asks, You say the Gods Guild is in the Moonlight Church? Are you sure? Deep Vu nods and points ahead. I am. I secretly followed them before, and they disappeared once they reached the Moonlight Church. A shadowy figure had been tailing them for some time. He stood behind her and muttered, What a beautiful girl. Suddenly, a hand reached out to grab Diep Vu's waist, but Trongdik caught it just in time. Grabbing the stranger's wrist, he was quite surprised when he saw his face. Mothan! Mothan's eyes widened in shock. Who are you? How do you know my name? Trongdik didn't answer, his expression unreadable. Energy surged within him as he put all his strength into a heavy punch to Mothan's face. You aren't worthy of knowing who I am. Mothan was sent stumbling back by the punch, his back slamming into a wooden stall. A crowd quickly gathered, whispering, Oh my God, Mothan is usually the one beating people up. Who would have thought he'd be the one getting hit today? Someone even chuckled. What goes around comes around. How interesting. How very interesting. Mothan's face was covered in dust and he looked pathetic. He gritted his teeth and roared, You little brat, you dare hit me? Deep Vu glanced at the person beside her and whispered a warning. He's a local thug around here. He's not someone you want to mess with. Trongdik didn't care at all, scoffing, So what if I hit him? Trongdik felt a surge of frustration inside. You're a fine one to talk, betraying friends in the past and now bullying the weak. Mothan stood up, pulled out his sword, and looked ready for a fight. Player Mothan activated his stealth skill, his figure becoming translucent. He sneered. Kid, do you even know whose territory this is? Today, I'm going to end you. As soon as Mothan finished speaking, his body vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Trongdich was stunned, a stealth attack from an assassin. He can hide his entire presence and vanish into the shadows to deliver a lethal blow. Suddenly, he felt something. His eyes flashed with vigilance. "Watch out!" Just as Trongdich predicted, a split second later, Mothan's sword slashed toward him. He quickly retreated, but the blade still grazed his ribs, leaving a scratch. This move again. He used it to ambush me before. He immediately flashed back to the past. The sensation of being run through by that sword was still vivid. Trongdich's eyes widened. Those painful memories flooded back. He quickly pulled himself together, silently steeling his resolve for this moment. Trongdich summoned his weapon, focusing intensely and ready to fight. In that instant, he braced himself and unleashed a powerful sword strike. "I won't give you another chance." Mothan was terrified, feeling utter disbelief. How could he know my attack pattern and position? He can't even see me. Trongdich stared at him coldly. "Every single move you make is etched into my memory, even if you were reduced to ashes." He lunged forward, landing a critical kick on Mothan. Unable to fight back, Mothan took the full force of the blow. Mothan crashed down, each impact causing his body to bounce and land heavily. Trongdich walked over, the sharp tip of his sword pointed down at him, and he sneered coldly. "Didn't you want to kill me? Come on then, let's see what else you've got." Mothan was still trash-talking. Who exactly are you?" Mothan was panicking internally. So unlucky. Why did I run into someone this powerful today? Trongdich wasn't in the mood to drag this out. He lowered his sword, his eyes sharp and cold. "Go to hell and repent." Right at that moment, the ground behind Mothan suddenly liquefied, and a mysterious figure rose from it. The stranger suddenly grabbed Mothan's arms, dragging him down with them. In a split second, both of them sank into the ground and vanished, leaving behind dark, squiggly marks. Trongdich cursed under his breath. "Damn it, those black-clad people again. This is bad. They're trying to take Mothan away." He quickly gave chase. "Where do you think you're going?" Not long after, the scene shifts to an ancient-looking structure. Trongdich hid behind a wall to observe. The shadow disappeared here. "This is..." Deep Vu spoke up from beside him. "This is the Moonlight Church you were looking for, the headquarters of the Gods Guild." She frowned, warning him. "It's very dangerous inside. They might even be trying to lure you in on purpose. Do you really want to go in?" Trongdich had already made up his mind and nodded. "I have my reasons for needing to go in." She held out her hand, revealing 2 hallucinogenic pills, and said, "You, going in so recklessly will definitely attract the Gods Guild's attention. I have a better way." Trongdich was surprised and asked suspiciously, "You even carry this stuff around with you?" Deep Vu replied in a low voice, "When you're out on your own, you naturally have to prepare a few things for self-defense. These are essential travel items." The target arrived. Trongdich quickly grabbed 2 guards passing by. They screamed in terror, "You! What are you doing?" Before they could break free, Deep Vu stuffed the pills into their mouths and shouted, "Shut up! Go to sleep!" The guards fell unconscious. Trongdich and Deep Vu seized the chance to steal their uniforms and disguise themselves. Without wasting a second, the 2 went straight into the church. Inside the Moonlight Church, Mothan drifted back to consciousness. "Where am I?" A stranger's face appeared in his field of vision. The person laughed heartily. "Still not convinced, are you? To get beaten like this by some kid who came out of nowhere." Mothan immediately grew wary, brow furrowing as he demanded, "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" The person opposite him didn't even bother to answer, standing there with hands in his pockets, smirking mockingly. "A captive has no right to ask questions. Stay put from today on, or you won't even know what hit you when you die." Trongdich, disguised in a guard's uniform, strolled casually into the church and called out, "Hey, we're here for the shift change. You guys go ahead and get some rest." The 2 guards were completely taken in. "All right, we're about dead tired ourselves. Definitely need to catch up on some sleep." One of them even took a moment to advise, "You guys be careful, don't go falling asleep on the job." They had only taken a few steps away when they glanced back, whispering something to each other. One of them suddenly stepped up behind Deep Vu, making her jump. "Wait, it's not time for a shift change yet. Who the hell are—" Before he could even finish his sentence, Deep Vu had already waved her hand, releasing a massive cloud of hallucinogenic gas. Caught off guard, the guards took the hit instantly, only managing to gasp out one word, "You," before collapsing. Falling hard to the floor, Diep Vu pointed toward the inner passageway. "The person you're looking for must be in there." Trongdik took off his mask. He quickly stepped inside, following her lead. "Let's go." Noticing there was no movement behind him, he turned around in confusion, only to see Diep Vu had already shed the guard's uniform, standing silently at the entrance as she muttered under her breath, "My mission is done." Diep Vu finished speaking and slammed the door right in Trongdik's face without a hint of mercy. The guards, who had just collapsed to the floor a moment ago, stood up as if nothing had happened. One of them handed a money bag to Diep Vu. "Your coordination was great back there. Here is your pay." She juggled the bag, turned around leisurely, and said, "Forgot to tell you, deception. Betraying each other is just a normal occurrence in Moonlight City." Diep Vu's physique matched the thief from before. Trongdik had now confirmed his suspicions. Sure enough, his guess was right. She was also sent by the Divine Guild. He decisively threw the hat in his hand aside and thought to himself, "I'd like to see what you guys are up to. Going through so much trouble to bring me here. What exactly do you want?" The entire hallway was dead silent, with only the dim light from the torches on the walls. It didn't take long before Trongdik caught sight of several figures in the passageway ahead. Ian stood with his arms crossed, tilting his chin arrogantly. "Dealing with a monkey. If he's that sick, I'm the only one needed here. The boss even called you guys here. What a waste." The guy next to him stood up slowly and casually provoked him. "If the boss did this, he must have his reasons. If you think you can handle him alone, then go ahead." Ian, hot-tempered by nature, snorted coldly. "Fine, then I'll show you my strength. Just stay there and watch how I stomp him into the ground." He stood up and took a powerful stride forward, reaching behind his back to draw his weapon. Ian braced himself. He tensed his shoulders and hurled the giant axe straight at his opponent. It whirled through the air with a deafening roar. He growled, "Eat my axe." The axe struck like a cannonball, tearing through the stone wall and leaving a long, scorched mark amidst a cloud of dust. Watching the scene before him, Trongdik couldn't help but exclaim, "What immense power!" But he wasn't exactly a pushover either. He waved his hand to unleash his counter-skill, Crow Summoning Art. A smirk curled on Trongdik's lips. Since leveling up his skill, the number of crows summoned had doubled. Naturally, Ian couldn't be taken down by a move like that. He jumped up just before the axe hit the ground, reaching out to grab the handle in midair. The next second, Ian lunged forward, swinging the axe straight down at Trongdik. "Do you really think you can beat me with just that move? Dream on." He dodged in time, but the opponent didn't plan on letting him off, launching a flurry of attacks. Trongdik quickly looked for a way to adapt and drew the sword at his waist. Simultaneously, he switched its attribute and plunged the blade into the floor. A wave of cold air hit, and the ground instantly froze, turning white in the blink of an eye. Seeing his opponent's move, Ian's eyes widened in panic. "Not good!" He tried to plant his feet, but the ice was too slippery. Unable to recover, Ian flipped over and landed hard. He stumbled to his feet, his head spinning. Trongdik stuck out his tongue and mocked him. "Big-headed guys always have terrible balance." Ian was so embarrassed he got angry. You cheated." Lau, watching the scene, shrugged with a look of annoyance. "The boss's arrangement was right after all. It's our turn now." Ice Emperor nodded in agreement. "I don't know what made him so blindly confident." Ignoring Ian standing nearby, he charged forward to attack. "Let's go!" Instantly, shards of sharp ice shot toward Trongdik, wrapping tightly around his body. Trongdik was jerked forward, losing all control, and gasped, "What is this?" With Ice Emperor having successfully restrained him, Skeleton didn't hesitate for a second to strike. Bone-spiked rampart. Watching the sphere of sharp spikes barreling toward him, Trongdik sighed to himself, "Not good, I'm done for, my body is completely bound. I need to break out of this fast." At the critical moment, he shouted a command, a blue light flashed, and he called out, "Little Black!" A burst of blazing blue energy erupted, covering the entire area within the formation. As Little Black appeared, Ice Emperor couldn't believe his eyes and stammered in shock. A first-stage dragon emperor? How could an ordinary beast tamer have such a powerful magic beast? Little Black opened its mouth and spewed out intense flames, easily incinerating the ice spikes binding Trongdik. Realizing the situation had turned, Ice Emperor clenched his fists and muttered, "Damn it, I underestimated him." Not giving him a second to react, Trongdik gripped the hilt of his sword. Flames surged, engulfing the blade, and he thrust the burning sword straight into his opponent's chest. He roared, "Shatter!" Ice Emperor collapsed. Dronzer said calmly, "It's not that you underestimated me, it's that I'm just too strong." He walked over and patted his beast. "Little Black. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the first stage." Across from them, Ice Emperor had grown cautious and consulted with Ian. "What do we do now? We didn't get any intel that this kid had a first-stage black dragon." His opponent replied with a grim face, "What else can we do? Obviously, we have to charge in." They had no other choice but to risk it and charge. Die. Dronzer now held the upper hand. Standing beside Little Black, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Immortal Body. Ian's eyes widened at the sight before him, and his body momentarily froze. Dronzer teamed up with Little Black to dive into the circle of three. He spun, his sword carving a fiery arc through the air. "All of you, stay down!" Ian raised his axe to retaliate, but he was too slow. Dronzer was already upon him. He struck, and Ian's giant axe snapped in two. Dronzer and Little Black moved in perfect sync, sword swipes and bursts of flame sending the trio of opponents flying in every direction. In an instant, all three were defeated under his blade, collapsing to the floor. Ian tried to force himself up when a figure appeared. "Ian, that's enough. Fall back." He wasn't satisfied and tried to persuade the other. "Boss, just give me a little more time. I definitely—" Yahello glared, giving a warning. "I said, fall back. If you keep fighting, you're the ones who will die." With the leader having spoken, Ian obediently complied, struggling to his feet. He walked past Dronzer, still acting tough. "This fight between us isn't over yet. Next time we meet, we'll settle who's the winner." He glanced at his opponent. "Not afraid of dying?" "Fine, I'm ready whenever you are." Yahello couldn't wait any longer and flashed a smile. "Dronzer, we finally meet face to face." He smiled insincerely and asked, "This isn't your first time in the apocalypse, is it?" Dronzer was momentarily stunned. Who is he? How does he know about this? But on the surface he tried to stay calm and replied, "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." The other man spoke slowly. "All right, there's no need to pretend in front of me. Actually, I've known about this ever since you stepped into the hidden Dragon Grave dungeon and obtained that monster egg." Zhang Yi was starting to lose his patience. "I don't want to waste my breath on you. Where's Mo Chen? Tell him to get his ass out here." Yahello stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. "In such a rush to find him? Listen to me. I came to find you today because I want to cooperate. If you agree, the secret of the reincarnators will be known only to you and me. I'll even give you top-tier apocalypse gear and endless wealth." A flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he added, "But if you refuse, Yahello—" He summoned two ferocious-looking monsters, shrugging with mock reluctance. "Too bad. You won't be leaving here alive today." At that moment, flashes of the past raced through Zhang Yi's mind. "Damn it," he thought, feeling annoyed. "I can't stand your smug attitude." He cut him off bluntly. "If the gear and money you're talking about came from bullying the weak, then I refuse." Upon receiving his answer, Yahello didn't say another word. He let his actions speak for him, commanding the two monsters to charge. Zhang Yi felt a surge of anxiety. "I'm in trouble." He had already used his Immortal Body ability earlier, and it was still on cooldown. He couldn't use it again. He quietly reached for an item, calculating his next move. "I don't know the full extent of my opponent's strength yet," he thought. "If I just jump into a fight now, I'll be at a disadvantage." He remembered the decision he made before arriving at Moonlight City. He needed to set a teleportation beacon first. That way I can just use my teleport gear to escape. Zhang Yi felt a wave of relief. "Thank God I set that beacon at Dawn City before I came." The moment the monsters opened their mouths to unleash their attacks, he activated the beacon. Their assault hit nothing but thin air. The frozen floor shattered under the impact. Yahello sneered, "I'll let you go this time, but you won't be so lucky next time." He turned to the person behind him. "Now do you see why someone you've never met before wants you dead so badly? He's a reincarnator. You two must have had some bad blood in the past." Mo Chen gasped in shock, his jaw dropping. Yahello raised an eyebrow and continued, "Do you really think he's going to just let you off the hook?" Hearing this, Mo Chen collapsed, trembling in fear. His lips quivered as he panicked. "What do I do?" He's definitely going to kill me. Kalo stepped closer, manipulating the man before him. Obviously, you have to strike first. You need to kill him before he kills you. He left after saying that, leaving behind one final assurance. Don't worry, I'll help you. Deep down, Kalo felt incredibly irritated. In this apocalypse, everyone has to listen to me. Everyone has to submit to me. You refused the lifeline I offered you, Zhang Yi. You have to die. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had successfully made his escape. He let out a long breath. That was close. 1 second slower, and I would have been wiped out by that dragon breath. That guy's Tier 2 Dragon Emperor isn't easy to deal with, he muttered, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Who exactly is that guy? How does he know this isn't my first time in the apocalypse? Could he be like me? Just as Zhang Yi was lost in thought, a sprite appeared to remind him, Your fatigue levels are reaching the limit. Please head to a resting area to recover. He thought, this trip to Moonlight City really drained a lot of my energy. I need to get back to the tavern and get some rest. If I don't show up soon, Han Yanru and the others are going to get worried. Scene shift to the tavern. The clerk quoted the price. You have selected the rapid recovery package. That will be 20 gold coins. Zhang Yi agreed. Whispers of awe echoed around him. So extravagant. This is the first time I've seen someone pay just to recover fatigue. Who is this guy? Why are we waiting here? We're supposed to recover by resting. Someone else exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, 20 gold coins for one recovery? That's enough to buy a whole set of gear for me. Zhang Yi remained unfazed by the crowd. He was calculating, I still have 13,000 gold coins left. I should use them to upgrade my gear. Elsewhere, Yanru looked troubled. She muttered, Why hasn't Zhang Yi returned yet? Xiao Jiao, sitting beside her, felt the same way. She sighed. Yeah, I wonder if the guild leader ran into any trouble. Zhang Yi suddenly appeared behind them, grinning. With my skills, I could take on an entire guild all by myself, so how could anything possibly go wrong? Yanru looked up at him. You're back. The person next to her cheered happily. Guild leader. Zhang Yi scratched his head sheepishly. Yanru, I still don't have news about the Ring of Death, but don't worry, I will definitely find it. She waved her hand dismissively. No, it's okay. As long as you're back safely, that's all that matters. It was my fault for not keeping it safe anyway. Xiao Jiao asked, Hey, guild leader, did you see Qinglong? Zhang Yi replied, I told him to go out and scout for information, if that. A thief really appeared in Dawn City. He must have left some kind of trail. Rapid footsteps echoed through the room. He didn't even need to look to know who it was. He smiled. Speak of the devil, how did it go? Did you find anything? Qinglong struggled to catch his breath. Yeah, I heard some very important news. He hurried to explain. The auction! The young lady's stolen ring is going to appear at the auction tonight. Several faces flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. He muttered, An auction? If the Ring of Death is being auctioned off, that means the person who stole the ring might actually show up. Zhang Yi thought to himself, It's a perfect opportunity to buy some gear at the auction to boost my strength. The next battle definitely won't be a walk in the park. After thinking it over, he and his team headed straight for the auction house to see what would happen. On stage, the announcer begins, Dear players, our monthly auction is about to start. We have all kinds of pets, various tiers of gear, and rare items waiting for you all. Nyanyu looks at the person behind her and asks, Hey, aren't you coming in with us? Trongdik waves his hand with a wry smile. No. You guys go ahead. I've got a few things to handle and I'll be right in. He turns toward a different direction, thinking to himself, If I remember correctly, there's a grocery store here that has a hidden menu. It hides a lot of good stuff. Even in my past life, very few people knew about this. After walking a short distance, he quickly spots a sign that reads, Grocery store, we have everything. Trungdik smirks, Gotcha. The clerk sees a customer approaching and asks, What do you want to buy? Trungdik is still deep in thought. Even though dealing with that ring thief isn't hard in this crowded, chaotic auction house, making a scene will just draw unnecessary trouble. I'd better be careful and stock up on some essentials. He looks down and starts reciting, 800 gold for bread, no discounts, and 1 fruit tart. As soon as he finishes, he thinks to himself, So embarrassing. The clerk smiles and replies, Hello there, sir. I've unlocked your access to the hidden menu. Take a look and see what you'd like to buy. At the same moment, the system notification pops up. Congratulations, successful unlock. 1,000 gold coins deducted. Trongdick thinks, in my past life, only 5% of Apocalypse players managed to unlock this. Just the hidden menu. Even though it's a bit pricey, the effects of these potions are way better than the standard ones. He tells the clerk, I'll take all of these potions. The clerk smiles warmly. You've got a keen eye, sir. These potions are the most valuable items in the shop. You're the very first person to discover them. That's them. Trongdick checks his remaining items and silently cries, I can't believe I just burned through 4,000 gold coins. I'm absolutely broke now. I hope this plan goes off without a hitch. He returns to the auction hall, but suddenly feels puzzled. Why is it so quiet in here? Isn't this where the auction is supposed to be? Did I come to the wrong place? The announcer on stage smiles and introduces, This parchment scroll starts at 100 gold coins. Does anyone have a bid? If there are no bids, we'll move on to the next item. The crowd loudly complains, Get this trash off the stage already! Bring out something actually useful! Many others chime in, Yeah, isn't auctioning off this junk just a huge waste of everyone's time? Trongdick finds a seat and casually asks Yahello, Has the auction for the death ring started yet? She shakes her head and fills him in. Not yet. They're currently auctioning off a parchment scroll of unknown origin. He suddenly gets interested. A parchment scroll? Looking at the stage, he sees the announcer looking disappointed. Well, that's a pity. If there are no bids, we'll just have to move on to the next item. Trongdick is stunned. Oh my god, isn't this the hidden quest scroll for the Dragon Clan? In my past life, all the major clans and guilds fought tooth and nail over this thing. Thinking this, he quickly raises his hand. Wait, 100 gold coins, I'll take it. The crowd bursts into mocking laughter. Here comes a sucker, a classic example of someone with more money than sense, spending 100 gold on a piece of paper that no one knows the use for. This comment gets a chorus of agreement from the audience. Exactly. Isn't that just buying a piece of toilet paper that's good for nothing? I wouldn't even take it for free. It's a waste of inventory space. The announcer is thrilled that someone finally bid. 100 gold, going once. 100 gold, going twice. Sold. Trongdick collects the item. He couldn't care less about the whispers around him. To you lot, this scroll is nothing more than toilet paper, but to a player of the dragon. Clan faction like me, it's a completely different story. Once I unlock the Dragon Clan's hidden quest and obtain their legacy gear, you'll all be full of regret. Anyway, the auction continues. The system displays the stats and the announcer introduces, This next piece of gear is really powerful. The legendary grade Death Ring. Starting price is 10,000 gold coins. Immediately, someone is dissatisfied. 10,000 gold? Who could possibly afford that? Someone else shouts back loudly, Give me a break. This is legendary grade gear that can grow without limits. Besides, who would be crazy enough to sell such a rare treasure anyway? Yahello, sitting not far away, whispers, Look over there. That person looks really strange. Trongdick follows her gaze. Someone dressed like that must be from the Beast Clan's capital, the Northern Ice City. He observes the individual and can't help but wonder, but why would a Beast Clan member be in the human capital and walking with Tudo Diem, of all people? Yahello exclaims in admiration, Oh, you even know about that? That's impressive. Trongdick scratches his head, feeling shy. It's nothing. I just happened to browse some info on the Beast Clan when I was choosing my faction. The person they were talking about suddenly stands up and declares, Everyone, I want this ring. I don't care how much you bid, I'll double it. I suggest you all stop wasting your time. The crowd erupts. Someone sighs. Where did this big spender come from? Is this ring really that powerful? Others express their regret. Looks like I'm not destined to have this ring. Just then, someone jumps up and points. You jerk! You're a member of the Beast Clan. What right do you have to stir up trouble in our human capital? Vongun doesn't say a word, just. Striding forward, he delivered a crushing punch right to the man's face, then coldly demanded, Do you think I'm qualified enough now? The onlookers pulled the young man back, whispering urgent advice. Get out of here. This guy is bad news. But the other fellow didn't back down, clicking his tongue as he remarked, That was one brutal hit. Zhang stepped out, patted the young man's shoulder, and made a loud announcement. With me here today, you won't be taking this ring anywhere. Du Yan seized the chance to whisper in his ear. Young Master Shui, that's the one. Zhang Yi, the one with the god-level talent I told you about, since he's clearly lacking in vision, you should really teach him a lesson. As expected, Wu Hen was instantly enraged, his hand clenching into a fist. He dares to go against our polar ice city blood gate, even if he has a god-level talent? He's still walking straight to his grave. Zhang Yi whispered instructions to his teammates behind him. Duan Feng, Jing Long, go cause some chaos. Try to buy me as much time as you can, the messier the better. Naturally, they wouldn't refuse his request. Jing Long laughed. No problem. Duan Feng stood by, crossing his arms with a grin. Boss, causing trouble is our specialty. No sooner had he finished speaking than he incited the crowd. Everyone, this is human territory. Are you really going to let these beasts run wild here? Jing Long eagerly threw fuel on the fire. Exactly. If word of this gets out, how are we ever supposed to hold our heads up in this city? The surrounding crowd roared in response. Yeah, that's right. If we don't fight back, are we just going to be their punching bags? The crowd grew rowdy. Wasn't that lesson just now enough for you? Xinglong took the lead in declaring war. I've been sick of looking at you for a long time. Wearing a fur coat in this heat? Aren't you afraid of getting heat rash? Duanfeng chimed in from behind. Stop wasting breath on these losers, charge! The tension reached its breaking point. Both sides dove into the brawl. Damn it, I've been in this game for so long, and this is the first time I've met people so eager to throw their lives away. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Zhang Yi poured a potion into his mouth. This is a high-grade invisibility potion. Once used, I'll enter a state of stealth immediately. It lasts 3 minutes, and I won't be detected during that time. Seeing the chaos in the crowd, he grabbed 2 other bottles, a high-grade fog potion and a high-grade combustion potion. Zhang Yi sensed the moment was ripe. It was now or never. He hurled the 2 bottles into the crowd, acting frantic as he shouted, There's a bomb! Everyone, look out! The crowd spiraled further into panic, grabbing and pummeling each other. Holy crap! They're actually using explosives! Fight them to the death! Kill the beasts! Zhang Yi seized the window of opportunity, sneaking close to the staff member holding the item tray while still invisible. No one is allowed to take this ring today, except for me. He swiped the ring without making a single sound. Mission accomplished and the urgent task handled, Zhang Yi flashed a wicked smile at Wu Hen and Du Yan, though he remained completely invisible. He walked up behind Wu Hen, thinking to himself, Weren't you acting so cocky just a moment ago? Now it's my turn to hit you. And just like that, without anyone noticing, Wu Hen face planted onto the floor. Du Yan rushed over in a panic. Young Master Shui, are you okay? Get out of my way! Wu Hen struggled to sit up, clutching his head and cursing. Which bastard is asking for a death wish? Show yourself! Zhang Yi shifted his aim to sneak attack Du Yan, kicking him hard. I can't stand that sycophantic look on your face. Du Yan sprawled out, landing right on top of Wu Hen. Who's messing with me? Wu Hen roared in fury. Damn it! Who else is trying to die? I'm going to kill you! Right at that moment, the system signaled there were only 10 seconds left before the invisibility potion wore off. Zhang Yi had to stop. The potion's duration is almost up. I need to get out of here fast. I'll let you 2 slide for today. He activated his golden speed skill and vanished in a blink. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qinglong and Duanfeng approached and gave Wu Hen a few good kicks. Beaten to a pulp, he could only yell in frustration. There's someone here. Are you blind? Stop stepping on me! Du Yan cried out in tears. I'm human. You've got the wrong guy. The moment the invisibility wore off, Zhang Yi had already made a clean getaway. He messaged the guild channel. Mission accomplished. Everyone, retreat quickly. Meet at the alley outside the auction house. A while later, the members gathered. Yanu asked with concern, Are you all right? You suddenly disappeared earlier. I was worried something had happened. Zhang Yi held out his hand. Look, I got the ring. However, to protect player items, the Doomsday Auction House placed a seal on every single object. He explained in detail, any item taken without authorization will teleport back to the seller's inventory after 3 minutes. The others couldn't help but feel disappointed. So, was everything we just did for nothing? Zhang Yi had his own plans. No, I'm actually using this seal to catch the thief. In a moment, I'll be transported to the seller's location along with the ring. The others were stunned. The system signal notification popped up simultaneously. Teleportation signal established. Yanu was thrilled and heaped on the praise. You're so smart, I can't believe you came up with this method. Xiao Zhao nodded in agreement. Exactly. The guild leader is amazing. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Zhang Yi looked at the girl before him. The 3 minutes are almost up. Yanu, wait for me to bring the ring back. In the next second, the teleportation signal activated, warping him through space. Seeing the change in her, Trongdik made up his mind. Today, I'm definitely going to see your true face. Theoretically, the auction incident should have sent the death ring back to the seller, who was hiding on a rooftop somewhere. Deep Vu looked at the item in her palm with suspicion. Everything was fine. Why did the ring suddenly come back? Could it be those guys chasing after me? If you looked closely, you could see a faint green light glowing on the ring she held. Continuing. Continuing. In the next second, Trongdik was teleported to that very spot. He gave a cold smile, knowing exactly what was happening. It's you! Not only did you steal Hanyu's ring, but you also led me right into a trap set by the Gods Guild. What exactly are you after? Deep Vu applauded. I didn't expect you to escape the Gods Guild's clutches. You really do have some skills. She said that, then stuck out her tongue and made a playful face. Clearly, she didn't feel a hint of fear. Trongdik quickly gave chase. Hey, don't run. Give back the death ring right now. You owe me a serious explanation today. Deep Vu sprinted away while teasing him. Keep dreaming. Catch me first, then we'll talk. Trongdik focused on keeping up, and in no time he grabbed her cloak. The dark fabric fell away, revealing. Her face was finally clear. Trongdik shouted, I'm not letting you get away this easily this time. True to his word, he closed the distance, cornering Deep Vu. They were inches apart. Suddenly, a giant axe came flying, sending debris and stones scattering from the ruined wall. Vongan had caught up, roaring in fury. You were running so well. Keep running now, why don't you? Trongdik cursed under his breath. Damn it, it's them. He had forgotten that the beast tribe possessed tracking skills. As far as he knew, they could rely on detecting an enemy's aura to hunt them down from thousands of miles away. Vongan roared with rage. Walking right into my net, are you? I was just looking for her to settle the score. I didn't expect to find both of you together. Perfect. I'll deal with both of you at once. Trongdik glanced at the girl beside him. Just how many people have you offended? Why do both the foreigners and the beast tribe have a grudge against you? Deep Vu smiled sheepishly. This is all just a little misunderstanding. A total misunderstanding. She grabbed Trongdik's arm and acted cute. My dear big brother, at a time like this? You wouldn't abandon me, would you? He snapped back. Who is your big brother? I still haven't forgotten how you tricked and ambushed me. You didn't treat me like a brother then. Vonyan watched their interaction, his blood boiling. He immediately unleashed his beast tribe ultimate move, Furious Gallop, unable to stand the sight. How dare you flirt and carry on in front of me? Go to hell together. Huit Tiu channeled his internal energy, manifesting a massive rhino with a huge horn that charged forward. Trongdik looked over, but the girl behind him had already vanished. He felt deeply annoyed. 1 second she calls me big brother, the next she's running away faster than anyone the moment danger hits. Huit Tiu laughed loudly. That's for provoking me at the auction. He was sent flying. Trongdik clutched his chest, gritting his teeth in terror. That hurts! This big guy's attack power is insane. My base defense as a beast to mare is still too low. I lost so much health in just one hit. Seeing Trongdik struggle, Huit Tiu sneered, Kid, I suggest you hand that girl over and kneel to beg for forgiveness, and I might consider sparing your life. Before he even finished, he charged with his weapon again. Still acting tough? I saw you two cuddling with my own eyes. Trongdik wasn't about to lose. He immediately fired back. Which of your eyes saw us being intimate? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Be careful, or I'll sue you for slander. Huit Tiu went berserk, shouting, I saw exactly what you two were doing. He recalled moments earlier when he followed his senses. Huh? Why is there that familiar scent? It seems like it's from that fleeing woman. Seeing Trongdik and Deep Vu acting close, he was furious. How bold, being intimate right in front of me. You think I can't catch you pair of adulterers? In Huit Tiu's twisted mind, Deep Vu was pressing her chest against Trongdik. Thinking of this, he grew even more enraged. If I hadn't arrived in time, who knows how far you two would have gone? Trongdik looked at him helplessly. I really can't. with you, you old geezer." He channeled his internal energy and his sword instantly appeared. Dronzer was now switching attributes. He lunged forward, swinging his sword hard at Yahello. "Are you some kind of idiot?" After that strike, he lost 300 points. Vonan looked at him with contempt. "Pathetic tricks. Consider that few hundred points of burning damage a gift from me." Immediately, he channeled his energy to strike at Dronzer, who naturally dodged it quickly. Vonan irritably ripped off his fur coat, his eyes cold as ice as he glared at Dronzer. "Next, I'll show you the difference between us." As he finished, he was enveloped in a layer of powerful internal energy. Dronzer panicked, confused. "What's going on? Clearly it's the same moves, so why is the damage he's dealing getting higher?" Vonan laughed loudly. "Forgot to mention, the lower your health is, the higher the damage I deal to you." Refusing to give up, Dronzer gulped down high-grade health potions. After drinking them, Dronzer's strength increased significantly. When Yahello charged again, he was sent flying instead. Dronzer asked sarcastically, "Is that all you've got? Is that the best you can do? Giving up already? Come on, keep attacking. I'm more generous than you. Consider this 1,000 damage points a gift from me." Vonan couldn't believe his eyes. "How is that possible? Your health bar was clearly about to empty just a moment ago." At the same time, Yahello appeared and said to him, "Having more potions won't help. Once Vonan uses that move..." Just as she said, he glared at him. "Don't think that just because you have high-grade potions, everything is fine. The real fight is only just beginning." Once again, he channeled his energy. With a surge of bloodthirsty, violent momentum, Kong's power kept stacking up, his aura radiating with immense pressure, leaving Zhang Yi startled. "Damn it, why does this guy's HP keep going up the more I hit him?" Wu Hen immediately struck hard at Zhang Yi, taking a significant chunk out of his health bar with just one blow. Zhang Yi was secretly shocked. He never expected the epic tier talent Bloodthirsty Fury to be able to absorb the blood essence generated by attacks and convert it into the user's own. Looking like a reaper wielding his axe, Wu Hen stared at him. "Kid, today I'll show you the consequences of crossing the blood gate." Zhang Yi replied, echoing his words. His original plan to drain him using medicine was now completely useless. Zhang Yi gave a faint laugh and said, "Do you really think your bloodthirsty fury is invincible?" Seeing Zhang Yi drink a stamina potion, Wu Hen sneered, "Still trying to chug potions? Don't even dream about it. No matter how many supplements you take, you'll end up just like me eventually." But Zhang Yi didn't care. He downed the potion in one gulp. As the medicine hit his throat, he charged forward shouting, "Now, watch closely." Wu Hen wouldn't go down that easily. He gripped his massive axe and roared, "Still don't believe me? Then try this." As his weapon slashed through, he looked at Zhang Yi with mocking contempt. "Getting hit, and you still look like you're enjoying it?" But there was no fear in Zhang Yi's eyes as he tightened his grip on his axe. This left Wu Hen stunned and bewildered. "I think you took the wrong medicine. You've gone insane." Zhang Yi remained calm. "Isn't this what you wanted to absorb? Go ahead, suck it up until you've had your fill." As soon as he finished, purple threads immediately began to emerge from the blood young master's veins. The purple blood looked eerie. Startled, he asked, "What is this? What did you just drink?" Zhang Yi explained, "A high-grade lethal poison item. Anyone who comes into contact with it gets the effect. It drains 100 HP per second for 1 minute. The effects don't stack." As he spoke, he held the bottle in front of him. "Want some? I've got a bit left here." By now, Wu Hen was slowly collapsing to his knees, finally realizing what had happened. He'd walked right into a trap. He had intentionally let himself get hit, using the Bloodthirsty Fury lifesteal trait to poison himself. Wu Hen's health bar began to plummet, though he still fought to stay standing. What are you so happy about? Your HP is lower than mine. You'll die before I do." Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, "That's not certain at all." He felt smug after saying that. He activated his internal energy, triggering Undying Body. Wu Hen struggled, chugging down potions frantically. The duration. The high-grade poison's effect lasts for 1 minute. As long as he uses the Undying Body trait to negate the damage and survive that minute, he wins. Zhang Yi stepped closer to him. "This potion of yours is no good. In the time it takes to drink 1 bottle, you've already lost twice as much health. I've still got one high-grade bottle left here. Hearing this, Wu Hen lunged to snatch it, but Zhang Yi pulled it back instantly. Want it? Then you have to pay up. As his body grew increasingly painful and his health continued to drop, Wu Hen panicked. He only had one resurrection left, which he had earned through life-or-death efforts. You can't buy resurrections with money. You can only get them by completing survival missions. And heaven knows when the next survival mission will be announced. Desperate and out of options, he gritted his teeth. How much? I'll buy it. Zhang Yi was extremely satisfied. He leaned in close to his ear. The base price is 150 gold coins. Since we've gotten to know each other through fighting, I'll give you a discount, 50,000. Zhang Yi was startled when he heard that. 50,000? Are you price gouging? 50,000 is enough to feed 500 people in a large guild. How about 48,000? What do you say to 48,000? That's all I have on me. Zhang Yi quickly agreed. All right, 48,000 it is. Wu Hen felt like crying. He agreed way too fast. Why didn't I bid lower? Zhang Yi chuckled to himself. Making money off these dumb beastkin is easy. Just as he handed the potion to Wu Hen, Dai Wu suddenly flew out of nowhere and delivered a painful kick to his head. Truly, one should never anger a girl. Dai Wu looked at Wu Hen with pure disgust. Seeing the spilled potion, he gasped in horror. My 48,000 gold coins! You rotten woman! I'll kill you! No sooner had he finished speaking, his whole body stiffened. He trembled as his body was paralyzed by the poison. He couldn't move at all. Before he could recover, Di Wu unleashed the assassin's dance skill. Taking the full force of the kick, Wu Hen's health bar dropped significantly. A wave of agonizing pain left him reeling. Dai Wu gripped her dagger tight, frustrated. I've been waiting for this chance for a long time. And just like that, the foolish Wu Hen was stabbed, bringing his health bar to near zero. Unwilling to give up, he shouted, You two just wait. I won't let you get away with this. The system immediately announced Di Wu's achievement, but Wu Hen still had a chance to resurrect once he reached Polar Ice Sai City. Hearing that the beast was going to resurrect, Zhang Yi laughed helplessly. I really don't have anything to do with her. Di Wu hid behind his back. Do you think he'll still believe you? My dear, good brother. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly. That's it. He couldn't wash his name clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. A sweet burden indeed. After the poison effect wore off, Zhang Yi asked Di Wu, Why did you come back? I thought you'd left a while ago. Could it be that you couldn't bear to leave a brother like me? She pouted and replied, Not even close. I stayed for my own sake. After all, they came to Dawn City to kill me. From afar, Tu Yan watched him and Di Wu with unconcealed jealousy. This kid Zhang Yi sure is lucky with the ladies. Why does he still have a beautiful girl by his side? A beast behind him trembled in fear and stammered, Boss, we're done for. Du Dim frowned, frustrated. And he claimed to be the strongest of the beast race? I call bullso. I thought he'd be a solid backer, but he's just another pawn being sold out by this girl, Trong Ditch. To his shock, he actually turned to run like a coward. I'll just slip away while they're distracted, he thought. But right at that moment, a weapon came flying toward his back, followed by a cold voice. Did I say you could leave? We haven't settled our debt yet. As the words fell, the sword slammed into the ground, shattering the stone and leaving Dodiem terrified. Trongdik immediately lunged forward. With his golden speed, he effortlessly scattered the beast warriors. His sword was at Dodiem's throat in a heartbeat, and he demanded, What's the real reason you beast folk came to Dawn City? Petrified, his voice shaking, he stuttered, I only know they wanted to find that woman to get the card back. I don't know anything else, I swear. Trongdik's eyes widened. A card? What kind of card could make the beast race chase someone all the way to the human capital? Could it be? Just then, Deep Vu interrupted their conversation. Are you talking about this? I took this off an assassin in Ice City. This piece of junk card doesn't do anything other than look pretty. She held the card out in front of them. It glowed with a brilliant gold light, looking exactly like some kind of god-tier talent card. The two men stared at her, jaws dropped. You call that just looking pretty? Wait, is this actually a god-tier talent card? Trongdik began to calculate internally. Whether it was common, epic, or god-tier, every player was supposed to only have one innate talent. That must be why she couldn't activate it to use it. It seems she still doesn't realize this herself. His thoughts cut off as his expression darkened. Wait, she said she got this by killing someone. Maybe the rumors from my past life about God-tier talent cards are actually true. He cunningly snatched it from Dodiem's hand. Die. Your God-tier talent card belongs to me now. God-tier talent cards can be inherited, and the only way to inherit one is to kill the previous owner. Dodiem looked at him in agony. Please, just... Can you let me go now? I told you everything I know. But Trongditch's face remained cold as he raised his sword. If you hadn't seen this card, I might have been in a good enough mood to let you slide, but now you'll have to take the secret of this card to your grave. Without hesitation, he drove the sword down. Dodiem couldn't believe he would be so low. He coughed up blood, eyes bulging. You, and immediately after, the system announced that he had been hit with a lethal attack by Trongdik and had no chance of respawning. With that finished, he quickly put his sword back into the system inventory. Deep Vu teased, Standing so close to me, aren't you afraid I'll turn on you? He replied honestly, Not at all, because I know you're a smart woman. The Bloodgate thinks we're in the same boat now. As long as I'm alive, I can take the heat from their pursuit for you. Trongditch stared at Diep Vu, full of curiosity. Every God-tier talent card comes with a special, unique skill. He wondered what hers would be, so he immediately made an offer. How about we make a deal? What do you think? Just give me the death ring and this card, and I'll let everything that happened between us slide. Deep Vu took out the card and the ring. She walked right up to him and asked, You really want this that badly? She paused, leaning her face close to his. And is this ring really so important? To the point where you'd chase me all the way out here? Or is it because this ring belonged to her? He didn't shy away, saying, Because I promised to bring this ring back, so I will. Deep Vu sighed. Fine. Whatever, take your ring back, happy now? But this card is mine. She turned and walked away as if afraid he would snatch it. Trongdik didn't linger, but he left her with a few parting words. As a business partner, I'll give you a friendly warning. It's best you don't tell anyone about this gold card. Diep Vu replied, Then let me give you a piece of advice. Get out of here as fast as you can. The Bloodgate won't just let this go. Sooner or later, they'll come to Dawn City to exact their revenge. Trongdik didn't look back, his gaze turning dangerous. Thanks for the advice, but don't worry about me. That big, dumb brute is no match for me. Shifting the scene, everyone was awestruck by the Beastkin, while Little Zhao channeled her inner energy and spoke. These Beastkin players are really tough. They've got thick skin for sure. Qinglong followed up, and they're underhanded too, taking advantage of the guild leader being away to ambush us. As for Yaru, she was worried, wondering how the situation was going on the guild leader's end. Before she could even finish her sentence, a Beastkin behind them sneak-attacked aggressively, screaming, Die! At that same moment, an axe came flying from afar, and a familiar voice rang out, Yaru, watch out! The Beastkin was startled. Zhang Yi shouted, I've already sent your boss back to Polar Ice City. You might as well join him. The axe came crashing down, and the Beastkin was killed instantly. Little Zhao ran over from a distance. Guild leader, you're finally back. Yaru walked over, asking with concern, Are you okay? Any injuries? Zhang Yi replied, I'm fine. It's just that these Beastkin are a real pain to deal with. He then held out the ring. Yaru, look at this. I've retrieved your ring. She beamed with joy. I knew it. I knew you could do it. Then he addressed everyone. We need to level up quickly. Tianka's army has already reached level 50. We can't afford to fall behind. Duanfeng jumped in. No problem. How about we head out right now? Pinglong added happily, Looks like our resident leveling maniac is getting restless already. Duanfeng stepped forward, flexed his arm, and grinned. Look at these huge muscles of mine. Watch me blow the heads off those monsters tomorrow with just one punch. Zhang Yi watched them, thinking, Sometimes, being blessed with good luck means facing even greater dangers at the same time. Once the secret of the God-tier inheritances is exposed, both Han Yaru and I will become prey for other players in the Tianka world, falling into the most dangerous situation, so before that threat arrives, we can only keep strengthening ourselves. Just then, the apocalypse spirit appeared. After she finished reporting the situation, Zhang Yi thought to himself, Dealing with the Bloodgate people earlier took quite a lot of time. Luckily, I've finally caught up in levels now. Meanwhile, on the main street of Dawn City, Little Zhao sat on Duanfeng's back and asked, "Guild leader, what should we do next? Our levels have hit the cap." He immediately replied, "Obviously, we're going to break that level cap." Lost in thought, he mused, "I have to finish the second round to keep leveling up. To get my revenge, 50 level skills aren't enough yet. Yoru and the others need to get stronger too." Shifting scenes to the front of the class advancement temple, a giant hammer slammed into the ground, leaving everyone stunned. The crowd buzzed. "There goes another one blown away." "The second round trial is just too hard." Qinglong sat down beside the person who had been knocked back. People couldn't help but complain. "The point requirement for the second round is way too high, 20,000 points. No one has hit that yet. I just wasted 100 gold coins on the entry fee for nothing. Wasting gold is one thing, but this is literally paying money just to get beaten up." The girl who had just blasted the young man away walked up. "Who's next?" Back at Dawn City, at the training grounds, Kiki strutted, "Who else wants to challenge me?" Zhang Yi stepped forward. "I'll give it a try." He looked at the girl in front of him. He said, "In the apocalypse, winning isn't just about the stats, it's about the skill. This time, I'll show you all what real skill looks like." Kiki pointed to the sky. "See that thing up there?" As she spoke, the quest board instantly appeared with all the information. This girl was actually the examiner for the second advancement trial. Kiki continued, "That's the calculator. You have 10 minutes for the second advancement trial. You only pass if you can make the number above its head exceed 20,000. Zhang Yi leaped up with lightning speed. "Then let's get started." He lunged toward Kiki, but she didn't flinch, slamming her hammer down into the ground. "Pretty boy, attacking head-on isn't the best move, you know. Yuha." "Too fast." Zhang Yi dashed forward. "Do you really think I'm stupid enough to risk a head-on melee with a warrior when I'm not sure of the outcome?" Inner energy condensed in his hand. "I'll let you taste what it's like to be electrocuted." He unleashed a lightning attack, and Kiki was instantly hit by the electrical current on his hand. She screamed. Zhang Yi's score shot up immediately, hitting 2,000 points. He broke into a sweat, thinking, "Now, I just need to get this number up to 20,000. The crowd gasped. "Is this for real? He already got 2,000 points as soon as the trial started. This kid actually has some guts. I thought he was just bluffing." Kiki, fired up, swung her weapon. "Looks like I underestimated you. Try this. Void Binding Pillar." Everyone gasped. "Wait, what? Her battle pillar just disappeared. Where did her weapon go?" But right after that, it appeared suddenly and slammed into Trongdik, sending him flying to a new spot, instantly deducting 2,000 points. Tu Jiao watched anxiously, realizing this second-tier examiner was incredibly tough. "Nyanyu, do you think the guild leader can pass this test?" Nyanyu replied with full confidence. "I believe he will definitely do it." She calmly thought, although he always falls into extremely dangerous situations, he always manages to pull himself through and do things others can't. Nearby, Trongdik was panting heavily, standing tall amidst the clearing smoke. At that same moment, he summoned a flock of black birds and shouted, "You caught me off guard once, that's enough. I won't give you another chance." His eyes darted around, calculating quickly. In his past life, he had challenged this void battlefield 200 times and never managed to pass. But that countless number of challenges had given him plenty of combat experience. After he activated vision resonance, his eyes lit up sharply. The two stood parallel to each other, light radiating power as Nanyu's baton swung toward him. Trongdik smirked and said, "I dodge." And just like that, Trongdik was awarded 1,000 points. Kiki was startled. How could he possibly predict where I was going to summon? A notification echoed in his head. "Behind you, to the left." His score continued to climb. Trongdik grinned. "Now it's my turn to attack." He calculated internally. Just by using the vision resonance from the summoned crows, he had easily earned 20,000 points just by dodging attacks. Immediately, Trongdik's score started racking up continuously. Kiki anxiously scanned the surroundings and whispered to herself, "It must be those black crows." The thought barely finished when she attacked, shouting, "Void! Battlefield Storm!" The pink baton swung toward Trongdik again, causing his birds to scatter in a panic. Trongdik was taken aback, his eyes widening as he saw that weapon getting closer and closer. Oh no. Watching his bird get hit, he grew tense. She's figured it out. Trongdik calculated quickly. I can't keep farming points by dodging. I need to end this fast. He gritted his teeth and channeled his inner energy. Hell, Dragon Flame, Purgatory, Thunderstrike. His score shot up instantly, signaling that the attack had worked. Kikai was completely defeated, and the system immediately granted him the title of Grand Beast Master. Everyone was shocked and stirred up. Unbelievable. This guy actually passed the second-tier trial. 22,000 points, that score is just absurd, a second-tier Beastmaster. That is way too strong. Tu Jiao cheered, as expected of our strongest guild leader. The scene shifts to Moonlight City, where Mo Than slammed his hands down into the ground. Now I feel my body overflowing with energy. Kalo looked at him smugly. You finally have the strongest gear among all current players. You won't suffer such a pathetic defeat at Trongdik's hands like last time. This is the perfect opportunity to kill him. Mo Than was surprised. Just me alone? Kalo replied immediately. Of course not. I will give you my most capable subordinates. They have experience fighting Trongdik before. They can help you deal with Trongdik. Come out. He looked at the group and ordered, I have changed your gear, and you've leveled up quite a bit these past few days. I hope you won't disappoint me again. Also, during this operation, you must completely obey Mo Than's orders. Dong Fuang replied immediately, Yes, we will definitely complete the mission. Ka also replied, As you command. Kalo handed an item to Mo Than. Take this scroll. It can help you at the critical moment, but remember, it can only be used once. He took it and replied, Understood. Shortly after, he led the group, preparing to set off. Let's head to Dawn City. Kalo stroked his dragon, a devious look on his face. Trongdik, I'll make sure you learn. What kind of fate awaits those who oppose me? The scene shifts to Dawn City. Nyanyu asked cheerfully, So? The barbecue place I recommended was delicious, wasn't it? Tu Jiao replied excitedly, So good, so good. This is the best barbecue I've ever eaten in this apocalypse. Seeing her so happy, Trongdik said, Tomorrow, I'll take everyone for special training. Second tier, don't forget that. Tu Jiao danced. We're about to pass the second-tier trial just like the guild leader. Then Lung walked over to him and whispered, Guild leader, I heard that after completing the second tier you can use powerful second-tier job skills, right? When will you show us how you cast them? Trongdik replied casually, Sure, next time we go into a dungeon, I'll show you all. He then thought to himself with satisfaction, I've picked up so many skills in such a short time, enough to keep me busy researching. Looking at that skill, Trongdik couldn't help but admire it. Removes control effects while causing fear to enemies. The skill is just too OP. Everyone was walking and chatting happily. Familiar shadows blocked their path. Mo Than spoke up. Trongdik, I finally found you. Trongdik was silently surprised. Aren't those people next to him from the Gods Guild? Why would they be walking with Mo Than? But he spoke calmly. Mo Than, shouldn't you be busy enjoying your final days instead of trying to be happy? Why run over here looking for death? Mo Than screamed in anger. You brat, I let you escape last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. I'll make sure to. He looked over at the members of the God Guild. The four of you just need to hold off the others. Zhang Yi is mine, Bing Di said, glancing at Duan Feng. This gold-tier player is mine. You guys split the rest amongst yourselves. Looking at him, he snorted coldly. That's a bold claim. Show me what you've really got. No sooner were the words out than both drew their swords and lunged at each other with blinding speed. Watching from the side, Bing Di couldn't help but marvel. The sword is so fast, and that was only the first move. Bing Di raised his hand, preparing to fly away, but Duan Feng asked disdainfully, What's with him? Is he planning to run? Watching them fight, Black Shadow gathered his internal energy. Now it's my turn. He instantly unleashed a wave of dark power toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was on high alert, but he didn't expect the target to be Xiao Jiao. Yaru panicked. Xiao Jiao, don't be afraid. We're here to save you. Xiao Jiao screamed in shock. Help! Help me! Qinglong dove in, anxious. Young lady, watch out! There's an ambush ahead. Seeing everyone in chaos, Zhang Yi rushed over in a panic, but his body suddenly wouldn't move. Looking down at his feet, trapped by Black Shadow's power, Zhang Yi felt a surge of anxiety. What is going on? My body! I can't move! Mo Chen took the opportunity to charge in. Your companions aren't here to help you anymore. Now you're all on your own. And you're caught in Black Shadow's CC skill. In a flash, he was behind Zhang Yi. Let's see what other tricks you have left to fight back. With that, Mo Chen gripped his sword and lunged forward viciously. but he didn't expect Zhang Yi to use demon substitution. Mo Chen was stunned. "That's Zhang Yi?" Appearing behind him, Zhang Yi said, "You think I'd let you stab me in the back again?" Immediately, he channeled energy into his hand. "Lightning chain!" After a moment, Mo Chen was paralyzed by the powerful surge of electricity. But what happened next shocked him. "You took my lightning chain and took no damage?" Mo Chen quickly turned around. "My gear is the highest tier equipment available to any player right now. Do you really think you can hurt me?" He gloated and lunged again. "Taste the power of my purgatory starfall!" Before Zhang Yi could react, his dragon shielded its master. He was stunned. "Little Black!" After collecting himself, Zhang Yi exhaled. "Good thing you're here. Otherwise, I would have been turned into a beehive." Immediately after, Zhang Yi roared the command. "Little Black, use Wing Tempest." The oppressive force rushed toward Mo Chen, and Zhang Yi said with satisfaction, "How does it feel to get a taste of your own medicine?" Suddenly overwhelmed, Mo Chen was sent flying. Mo Chen gritted his teeth in anger, while Zhang Yi asked mockingly, "How's the view from inside that whirlwind?" Standing there watching his enemy, he added, "A beast, tamer's monster evolves alongside their master's job advancement. I've completed my second awakening, while you're still just a first-tier assassin. This is the gap between us." Mo Chen stuttered in surprise. How do you have a Tier 2 dragon?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the powerful force struck him. Little Black glared, its claws crushing Mo Chen. He screamed in disbelief, "I, Mo Chen, will always be above you." Looking at the dragon, he felt a flicker of fear. Damn it, why didn't Yahello tell me the important detail that Zhang Yi had already finished his second awakening? He suddenly remembered Yahello's warning. "Remember, you can only use this once." At the time, Mo Chen had replied, "Understood." Now, he froze. "The scroll! That's right, I still have the scroll!" He pulled it out. "Zhang Yi, don't get happy too soon." Zhang Yi replied cockily. "All right then, come on, let me see what kind of power you've got." A massive red dragon burst out of the scroll. It roared aggressively at Little Black the moment it appeared. Seeing that the opponent had a beast that outclassed his own, Zhang Yi grew worried. "Little Black!" The moment that dragon appeared, it swatted Little Black into the sky. Little Black's body slammed hard against the rocks. Mo Chen gloated, "As expected, Yahello didn't lie to me. With this, even a Tier 2 dragon gets trampled under my feet." Seeing Zhang Yi's anxiety, he delighted in it. "Zhang Yi, today is the day you die." On the other side, Dongfang looked at Qinglong with disdain. "You want to save her? Let's see if you've got the skills for that." Qinglong shouted in frustration, "Give Zhao Zhao back!" Yaru immediately channeled her energy. A burst of light drew a spell in the air. "This is the ice-binding technique." Dongfang looked at his companion. "Skeleton, she's all yours." The man immediately channeled his energy. "Watch this!" A bone spike shield appeared, blocking all of Yaru's attacks. The spikes continued to fire at the two of them. Seeing the thorny mess, Qinglong's eyes turned icy. "If you want to bully the young lady, you'll have to get past the arrows in my hand first." Immediately, Qinglong drew his bow, ready to strike. As each arrow fired, the skeleton was knocked back, causing the dirt and stone in front of him to crumble. Sensing the situation wasn't looking good, Black Shadow gritted his teeth and moved to evade. Taking advantage of the enemy's chaos, Xiao Zhao seized the chance to escape. "Big Sister Yaru!" Black Shadow cursed. "Damn it, you let her get away." "I won't let you escape!" Black Shadow used Shadow Teleport to attack. Yaru fended him off while reassuring Xiao Zhao, "Don't be afraid, you're safe now." Clinging to Xiao Zhao, Yaru yelled, "Duanfeng, how's it going on your end?" He replied, "Don't worry, I'll end this fight quickly." Bingdi shouted, "I'm the one ending this fight." "Not you!" And just like that, Duanfeng was wrapped completely in bandages. Just when it seemed he was being crushed, Duanfeng used his sword intent to shred the cocoon. "Don't get cocky too soon. I haven't even accepted defeat from that first attack yet." Bingdi immediately covered his face with both hands. When Duanfeng landed, Bingdi coughed up blood. He couldn't understand how this could have happened. Duanfeng calmly sheathed his weapon. Did they really think the two swords at his waist were just for show? In an instant, he landed behind the Azure Dragon, taking one of them out. Only 3 shadow clones left. Don't go celebrating just yet, our plan is already complete. But Skeleton was visibly startled. He hadn't expected Ice Ribbon to sacrifice herself. Their strength is truly nothing to sneeze at. Over on the other side, Zhang Yi's leg suddenly trembled after an explosion. He was left wondering, what on earth is going on? Nyanyu looked on with worry. This isn't good. Something happened on Zhang Yi's end. We've all fallen for a trap. Their real target was Zhang Yi. Mu Chen roared like a madman. Which one of you scumbags is this? Can't a guy even eat his meal in peace? This is a safe zone. Keep running. Let's see how long you can keep running. After him. As Zhang Yi issued the command, Little Black veered away from the crowded buildings, while Zhang Yi mentally calculated the attack power of a 4th-stage Dragon Emperor. It's way too strong. I have no chance of getting close, and just hiding won't help me find its weak point. Better to take the initiative. Zhang Yi stroked his beast, Little Black. Let's get ready to attack. I believe in you. He stroked its head to calm it down, then shouted, Old scores and new debts. We're settling them all today. Seeing Zhang Yi, Mu Chen ordered the dragon to attack. So confident, just charging right in. Are you overestimating yourself, or just looking down on who I am now? My 4th-stage Dragon Emperor's breath will consume every one of you. He looked down at Zhang Yi in the sea of flames and sneered, Even if you have an undying body, the beast under you will be reduced to ash in this dragon fire. Zhang Yi calculated silently. Soul Link can temporarily transfer all damage from my beast to me, the Beastmaster. So, all I need to do is... My undying body hasn't run out yet. Little Black, you're invincible. They charged together. He immediately ordered Little Black to attack the dragon's right flank. Zhang Yi had calculated that the wings were its weak point. Once those are damaged, it'll lose mobility and we can restrict its attacks. No sooner said than done. Little Black obeyed his master and bit hard into the dragon's wing. Blood gushed out, and a wave of pain hit. The 4th-stage Dragon Emperor let out a massive roar. Mu Chen's left arm was affected too, as his protective gauntlet shattered. Zhang Yi mused, Something feels off about this 4th-stage Dragon Emperor. When it hits me, I only lose 500 HP, but when it takes a hit from Little Black, it loses 1500. The damage output is lower than it should be, and its damage intake is way too high. Could it be that it's all just raw damage? With low durability due to it being an illusion. It takes more damage than a real one would, which means this isn't a true 4th-stage Dragon Emperor, it's just an illusion summoned through a contract. At that same moment, Mu Chen's body began to undergo an unsettling change, leaving him shocked. What's happening to me? Zhang Yi landed, deep in thought. That explains the sudden appearance of those minions from the Divine Order Guild and that scroll. This idiot, it was just a tool to deal with me all along. Zhang Yi stared at him. You don't even know the terrible side effects of using that scroll, do you? Mu Chen faltered. No way! He wouldn't lie to me. Mu Chen refused to give in. I just became powerful. It can't end like this. Zhang Yi retorted, Take a good look at your aging body. That's the price you pay for spamming summoning contracts. You still don't get it, do you? From start to finish, you were just a pawn being used. Mu Chen shrieked upon hearing the truth. No. Even if I die, I'm dragging you all down to hell with me. Mu Chen pushed his inner energy to the limit. Come on! Witness all the power I've sacrificed to Lord Dragon Emperor. Zhang Yi was taken aback. This lunatic. He was planning to merge with the 4th-stage Dragon Emperor illusion. He had gone completely insane. I will turn this entire city into hell. I'll make everyone bow to my power. The crowd below was in chaos. Run! There's a madman killing everyone. Zhang Yi looked at him with contempt. About to die and still won't repent. I guess I was blind not to realize what a piece of trash you were. I gave you a chance, and you still chose to be a villain. Mu Chen stood atop his dragon. Zhang Yi, so what if you're a reincarnator? Do you really think you can kill me again? This time, you'll be the one who dies by my hand. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. The man had completely lost his mind and turned into a raving lunatic. Zhang Yi began to plan. I just need to destroy that scroll to sever the link between the host and the illusion, then the illusion will vanish. He hopped off the dragon's back and signaled for Little Black to move to the front. Zhang Yi thrust his sword forward with all his might and yelled, Shatter! Watching his body slowly fade away, Mu Chen panicked. "No, I won't fail." But just then, Zhang Yi's dragon collapsed. He rushed over to Little Black, worried. Nearby, Little Zhao gasped, "My God! Why are there so many casualties here too?" "That Divine Order Guild is absolutely despicable," Dongfang fumed. "Damn it, I should have dealt with them more ruthlessly earlier. This debt will be settled with them sooner or later." Nyanyu ran over to him. "Zhang Yi, are you okay?" "We were too late." Nyanyu paused as she looked at his beast. "Little Black." "He's hurt." Zhang Yi's eyes welled up. "Little Black got badly hurt saving me. I will definitely find a way to heal him." "We're late." Nyanyu froze, staring at his beast. "Little Black, no." Trongdik teared up. "Little Black got badly hurt trying to save me. I swear I'll find a way to heal you. You need to keep a close watch on the person behind all these activities. I will definitely make him pay." As he said this, Zhang Yi's eyes grew more determined. At that moment, outside the holy break in the dense forest, Thu Tui Nyanyu followed him in secret, wondering to herself, why did Zhang Yi come here so early? And as for him, Zhang Yi was lost in thought. There is an extremely precious resurrection potion in the world of Tian Ka. No matter how severe the injury, one dose is enough to fully recover. He told himself that little Hei had now entered a state of extreme weakness. Ordinary life potions are completely useless. To save little Hei, he must obtain this resurrection potion. A weakened state occurs when a magical beast suffers a fatal wound and is near death. In this state, they cannot be summoned by their master to fight. As far as Zhang Yi knows, this potion can only be obtained by finding the expert alchemist Lei Fuya and completing the potion crafting quest. Just then, he landed on the ground, breathing heavily. "Finally, I've found you, Lei Fuya." He recalled that in his past life he had met her while on the verge of death. "I have found everything you need. Hurry and help me craft the resurrection potion." Immediately, the medicine was replicated, saving his life just in time. But now, they were strangers. Suddenly, Zhang Yi shouted her name, catching Fuya by surprise. "Are you looking for me?" Ignoring her confusion, Zhang Yi urged anxiously, "Lei Fuya, hurry! I want to accept the quest to craft the resurrection potion." She was stunned. How do you know I'm researching that?" Zhang Yi grew even more impatient and cut her off. "Let's not talk about that for now. Give me your diary. I have to save little Hei." Fuya happily took it out. "Are you talking about this? It seems your little friend must be seriously injured. Don't worry about this diary." Zhang Yi snatched it immediately. He spoke skillfully. "The diary records clues to 3 precious medicinal herbs. Give them to me, and you can help me synthesize the resurrection potion. I've already memorized these lines." Fuya was incredibly surprised. "How do you know what I was going to say next?" Zhang Yi didn't answer. He just turned around quickly, leaving his thanks behind. He glanced at the system panel and calculated silently. "The first step of this main quest is to obtain the life essence inside the demon suppression tower. Looks like I have to go to the tower again." Fuya hesitated. "Those 3 items aren't that easy to find. By yourself it will take at least 10 days to half a month." Zhang Yi rushed off. "I will bring them to you right away. Just wait for me." Nhanyu, behind them, heard the whole conversation. But she wondered, so he's doing all this to save little Hei? But how did Zhang Yi know how to save him here? Watching him, Nhanyu felt a pang of heartache. He's always the one rushing to the front line. "I want to do something for him too. Don't worry, leave the remaining 2 materials to me." Inside the demon suppression tower, the crowd was buzzing. "We've waited a whole week. Finally, we can hunt monsters. I heard someone reached the 12th floor last time. This time, I'm definitely going to catch up." Zhang Yi zoomed past them, sprinting forward. One of them exclaimed, "Where did that damn brat come from? Running so fast. What is he trying to show off?" But he didn't care at all. "Little Hei, wait for me. I'll get the resurrection potion to cure you soon." In an instant, he arrived at the demon suppression tower. Zhang Yi banged on the door and shouted, "Open up, you big lug! I'm in a hurry!" At that moment, a loud, booming voice echoed as the door opened. "Who's the one tired of living calling me? Daring to disturb my rest, you're asking for death." As he walked out, Zhang Yi forcefully kicked him in the leg. He yelled in frustration. This master doesn't have time to play with you, just tell me the location of the next floor's teleporter. Seeing him, the demon warrior went mad. It's you little brat again? Zhang Yi flickered behind him. He thought to himself, I haven't used this second-tier skill yet. I'll use you as target practice. Startled, the demon roared. Damn it, using a decoy? I underestimated you. Us demon warriors will never surrender. Zhang Yi immediately used the inspection spell. Soul Inspection, a skill used to summon a demon to probe an enemy's inner thoughts. A series of images flashed before him, but the content exceeded the system's limits. So the inspection was interrupted. Zhang Yi was surprised. Why does he have memories of the real world? Could it be that they were once people from the real world? He pondered silently. Normally, only one person can enter the blue teleporter to the next floor, but here, there are 2 doors of different colors. This image had appeared in Hyun's memory. A thought struck him. Let me see where this red teleporter leads. Where does it actually go? Little did he know, Zhang Yi's image had been recorded by someone. At this moment, he had already stormed into the 30th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. The man named Kung had a dark, cunning look on his face. You finally arrived. Then, he reached out and pressed the red button in front of him. He thought craftily, in that case, I'll go and play with you for a while. On the 30th floor, Zhang Yi rushed inside without hesitation. He covered his face to block the air pressure from hitting his eyes, secretly surprised. I didn't expect the red portal to lead directly to the 30th floor, saving me quite a bit of time climbing. As he walked, Zhang Yi calculated, next I just need to get the life essence above the altar. As Zhang Yi stood before the tower, an overbearing aura radiated out, startling him. This power is... Before he could finish his thought, the light caused a massive explosion. Zhang Yi shouted in surprise. From inside the tower, a girl with a stunning figure, burning with intense killing intent, she was a 6-winged fallen angel. The moment she appeared, the fallen angel launched a massive dark energy blast directly at him. As the 6-winged angel attacked, she growled, If you're not afraid of death and dare to challenge the 30th floor, then let me show you what real, overwhelming power feels like. Immediately, Zhuangdik soared toward her. Not wanting to give his enemy a chance to hurt him further, he darted forward at golden speed. Damn it! Opening with an ultimate move right away? Isn't that a bit much? Scene shift to Bat Huang, who had been transported by a massive explosion to an unfamiliar place. A stone hit his face, and Bat Huang winced in pain. After regaining consciousness, he sat up and rubbed his head. Where am I? Bat Huang thought to himself, I was clearly resting on the 8th floor just a moment ago. How did I end up here all of a sudden? Right before his eyes, a fierce battle was breaking out, and the person fighting was none other than... Zhuangdik saw him darting around, dodging the 6-winged angel's attacks. Bat Huang was stunned. What is going on here? He wondered. I only just finished 2 rounds. Coming to challenge this place already? Isn't that overdoing it? Zhuangdik was sent flying, clenching his teeth as he thought, why is the boss here a 6-winged fallen angel? My strength is nowhere near enough. What should I do? How can there be so many human remains in this place? These were unidentified remains from when the fallen angels attacked the city. Thanks to the system, he finally understood. So, that's it. This fallen angel is truly evil. The moment he landed, Zhuangdik brightened up. Looks like I've found a way to break this. Without thinking twice, he touched a skull rolling on the ground. Instantly, a blood curse appeared, casting a hazy light filled with massive internal energy. Zhuangdik told the skulls, Go ahead and take your revenge. Seeing him, the fallen angel paused, seemingly wondering what Zhuangdik was planning. He stood like a commander amidst a sea of dry bones. Rise, my soldiers, and surround her. As Zhuangdik's words faded, the skeletons with glowing red eyes charged straight at the 6-winged angel hovering in the sky. Suddenly held back by skeletons rising from the ground, the fallen angel was startled. Watching Zhuangdik soar high, she screamed in anger, So you intended to use these spirits to stop me. Your true goal is to obtain the life essence, but give it up. I won't let you have your way. With that, the fallen angel immediately began gathering her power. Come down, my lightning! Then she screamed at him. Transcendental spell, domain of thunder. This is... The transcendental spell summoned a magical storm that lasted for 10 minutes. Every 3 seconds, the storm would deal 500 magic damage to all surrounding enemies. As soon as she finished, a bolt of lightning struck forward. The skeletons were clearly no match for her, and the six-winged angel glared at Trongdik. "You're next?" He hadn't expected her to deal with the skeletons so quickly. Trongdik was getting nervous. As she spoke, the fallen angel slashed her sword toward him. "Your game ends here." Watching her prepare the finishing blow, Trongdik gritted his teeth. "This is bad." But in the nick of time, a blast of power struck her directly. It tore a massive hole in the fallen angel's stomach, and feathers scattered everywhere. The fallen angel looked behind her. "How could you possibly kill me?" She wondered in shock. "How is there another player on this floor?" At that moment, the system issued a warning. "Body damaged, disconnecting soon." She felt frustrated. "Damn it, it seems the data transfer for controlling NPC bodies isn't stable enough. Consider yourselves lucky today." Before vanishing, she didn't forget to add, "We'll be meeting again soon." After the danger passed, Trungdit couldn't help but wonder, "But Huang, why are you here? Didn't I enter a solo dungeon? But thankfully you landed that strike. Why haven't I seen you use such a cool move before?" He gaped in astonishment. "Wait, did I kill this thing?" Scene shifts to nightfall at the Eternal Tower. Watching the screen, Kung Ki said coldly, "Apocalyptic spirit? Replay the entire battle from just now." Lin Lan replied immediately, "Yes, master." Right after, the battle appeared before his eyes, leaving Kung Ki feeling puzzled and annoyed. The space was filled with silence as Kung Ki meticulously observed every single detail of the match. "Zoom in on the bottom right corner of the screen." Lin Lan obeyed, zooming in immediately. On the screen, Bat Huang was lying motionless, with a stranger sitting beside him. That person was hiding their face, so their identity was unclear. After staring for a moment, Kung Ki remarked, "Looks like someone was pulling the strings earlier." Scene shifts to the gate of the demon subduing tower. The system was counting down the time until the tower closed, and Than Long was extremely worried. The guild leader wouldn't wait until nightfall to close the tower before leaving, right? "If she doesn't come out soon, the young miss—" As he spoke, lively chatter suddenly sounded, startling Than Long. "Guild leader, Bat Huang, you're out. Thanks for taking care of little Nu these past few days." Trungdik replied cheerfully, "It's nothing, just doing what I should. Nyanyu will be so happy to hear you're back." Seeing the two of them, Than Long couldn't hide his excitement. "Young master, you're here too?" Then Than Long walked over to report, "The young miss has been missing since this morning, and she hasn't responded to any of our messages." But Huang said worriedly, "Little Nu is always careful with her work. There must be a special reason for this." Trongdik also added, "Right, try to carefully recall if Nanyu acted unusually before she disappeared." Watching the two analyze the situation, Than Long scratched his head in confusion, his behavior quite strange. Then the older brother recalled last night's memory. "I ran into the young lady at the square. She was standing all by herself in the center. Facing the statue, it looked like she was praying for something. Seeing that the young lady had her eyes closed, I didn't want to disturb her." Zhang Yi pieced the clues together. Midnight, the square, the statue, what Nanyu was doing must have been a prayer quest. He reasoned that prayer is a simple, easy quest in this apocalyptic world, requiring one to pray at the main city square for 3 hours, starting at 9 in the evening. You get a chance to receive a reward from the dream god, the dream stone, but the stone itself is useless, only good as an accessory. However, if you use the dream spring from the dream spirit villa, when wet with it you can obtain a dream flower. At this point, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered, "Dream flower. I know where Nanyu is now. The Dream Spirit Villa. This is urgent. There's no time to waste. Let's move." In a flash, everyone arrived at Polar Ice City, specifically the Dream Spirit Villa. Zhang Yi took the lead and said, "Than Long, try sending me a message to check the Dream Spirit Villa, Than Long." He obeyed immediately, but then looked worried. "I can't send any messages. What's going on?" Zhang Yi explained, "The Dream Spirit Villa is the Dream God's domain. To prevent Apocalypse-era enemies from invading, the Dream God set up a protective barrier. The villa also randomly spawns dangerous monsters. Once any player steps into the protective barrier's range, they lose the ability to send and receive messages from other players. That's why Nanyu is inside and completely unreachable. She can't send any messages out either." Frowning, he added, "Right now, Nanyu must be somewhere inside the Dream Spirit Villa. Once we go in, let's stick together. We don't want to get separated and run into trouble because we can't communicate." Switching scenes to elsewhere, everyone was panicking, shouting, "It's a dream spirit. Everyone, prepare for battle." As soon as they spoke, two shadows in the shape of fierce women lunged toward them. Shield 7 nervously gripped his sword and shield, shouting, "Vajra Rage! I've got them pinned with my skill." Then he looked at Nahanyu. "Little sister, it's up to you now." Clutching her magic artifact, the Ice Crystal Storm, Nahanyu also shouted, "Ice Crystal, heed my command." As soon as the attack was unleashed, the two dream spirits were defeated. Shield 7 stared, jaw dropped. "A level 50 mage is so powerful. I feel like I've hit the jackpot with this party." The bodies of the two dream spirits fell, emitting a faint purple smoke, and, at the same time, a red flower suddenly sprouted from the body of one of the dead dream spirits. Lu Su exclaimed, "Everyone, look! A flower is blooming on that dream spirit's corpse." Saying this, she curiously leaned in to touch it. "What is this?" But just then, Hanyu screamed to stop her, "Don't touch it!" It seemed too late. After Nanyu's warning, Lu Su had already touched it by accident. The flower released a mysterious red aura, and all three held their breath, waiting to see what would happen. More flowers began to appear, making Lu Su jump in fright. "What is going on?" Shield 7 explained. "There's an extremely small chance that after a dream spirit dies, it respawns as an elite, blood-colored dream spirit monster. I can't believe we actually ran into one." After he spoke, the sound of footsteps echoed on the ground along with an arrogant voice. "Poor humans, why don't you just go home?" The voice was gentle, yet chillingly demonic, making everyone who heard it shiver. The three of them, including Hanyu, turned toward the source of the voice in unison. No one said a word. The girl surrounded by red killing intent spoke again. "So, you don't have a home? If you don't have a home, then stay here with me." Finishing her sentence, she instantly used her power to bind all three of them and lift them into the air. Looking at the dream flower, Liu Su was astonished. "Why does this dream spirit look like the mage sister?" "To that," Nyanyu reassured her, "don't be afraid. This is the powerful unique skill of a blood-colored dream spirit, dreamification. Dreamification means, when facing an enemy, it transforms into the opponent's highest-level player, while copying the corresponding player's equipment and skills." Liu Su trembled. "Mage, sister, save me!" Nahanyu, however, remained calm. "These flowers survive in semi-dark environments." "If so..." She paused and took a purple crystal-like stone from her chest. Then Nahanyu simply threw the stone into the middle of the red flower patch. She explained to the two, "These flowers fear light, so we'll use intense light to deal with them." Seizing the opportunity, Liu Su immediately channeled her inner energy and shouted, "Watch this!" A wave of pure sunlight emerged, helping her break free from the bindings. This is the exclusive skill of a priest, summoning a zone of light in a designated area. It restores 500 health points, lasts for 10 seconds, and has a 10-minute cooldown. The group breathed a sigh of relief, and Liu Su smiled brightly. "Saved!" But the joy was short-lived. No sooner had they finished than 3 sharp arrows flew in from afar. Yu reacted quickly. "Watch out!" She then grabbed Liu Su, dodging. The dream flower they were standing on was hit and flattened. A group of strangers screamed, "Get out of the way for your old man! Brothers, it's a blood-colored dream spirit. Whoever gets the loot keeps it. Everyone, charge!" Yanyu felt uneasy. "Oh no, that intense light just attracted nearby players. They're definitely here for the blood-colored dream spirit's rewards." Liu Su retorted fiercely, "We're the ones who fought this blood-colored dream spirit. What right do you have to steal it?" Nianyu whispered, "Don't get agitated. Let's wait here and observe the situation. It's good to let them burn through some of the dream spirit's health first." A guy with sharp teeth spoke up aggressively. "Wherever the blood gate goes, anyone unrelated, back off." The group immediately started slashing wildly. Move! Move out of the way! This blood-colored dream spirit belongs to us, the blood gate." Hearing that, the others panicked and ran away. Shield 7 whispered, "It's the blood gate, the most notorious guild in Polarized City. I've seen them bully normal players before, robbing them by force, killing without blinking." Nanyu cautiously pulled her hood down lower. "Aren't they the same people from the auction house last time? It'll be trouble if we're recognized. We have to leave now, don't let them see us." As soon as she finished that thought, the three of them went silent and stealthily tried to slip away. But as if fate had a twisted sense of humor, Vo Nian happened to glance back and spotted Nanyu. He vaguely recalled her face, and not wanting to stay curious, he immediately channeled his internal energy and blasted her hood off. He looked at Nyanyu and realized he hadn't been mistaken. It was indeed the girl who was with Chuangdich at the auction. He sneered, "Trying to play dumb? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know you." He clearly trusted his memory, trying to pull a fast one on me. "You don't know me, but I know you. I haven't even gone to Fahu City to settle the score with you lot yet. And here you are, crawling into my territory just to die." Thuan Bei quickly stepped in front of Nyanyu. "There must be some misunderstanding here. This girl is with us. If you want the dream spirit blood color, we'll back off. Just do what you want, all right?" But as soon as he finished, Vongan kicked Thuan Bei hard in the stomach. "Get lost!" Taking the massive blow, he flew back, his body slamming into a large rock as pain surged through him. Vongan said coldly, "I haven't even settled my own grudge, and you guys think you can just walk away?" Lu To couldn't keep her mouth shut. "Hey, we're just here to clear the Bloodgate dungeon. Don't be such a bully." Vongan gripped his weapon tightly and replied disdainfully, "Oh, what a lovely complaint." As he spoke, he slashed forward and shouted, "Then why don't you head to the afterlife and wait for me there?" Nyanyu couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward. "God-tier talent, spirit summoner." The crowd was furious. "Are you kidding? These Bloodgate people are too much. That girl didn't even provoke him." "Exactly. Didn't they already say they'd give the dream spirit to him? Typical. That's just how the Bloodgate people are. Cruel and power-hungry. Let's get out of here." Nyanyu released a wave of energy, and two phantoms of a young girl powerfully blocked the attack, but Vongan triumphantly slashed wildly. "Your man is truly pathetic, leaving you here to risk your life alone. Why not just come over to my side?" Nyanyu, of course, refused to back down. She yelled in disgust while attacking, "In your dreams! Fireball jutsu!" But in just a few seconds, Vongan was right in front of her, looking incredibly smug. "You're asking for death." Then he swung down another blow, and he didn't stop there. He continued to charge forward. "Since you refuse a toast and want to drink the penalty, don't blame me for being rough." At the Dream Spirit Villa gates, Chuangdich arrived and was startled. "That's not right. Why do these people look like they're fleeing for their lives?" He immediately asked, "What happened up ahead? Why is everyone running out?" The young man replied immediately, "It's the Bloodgate people. They've killed so many players just to snatch one dream spirit blood color. I heard they even captured a pretty girl." Hearing this, he felt uneasy. "Could it be?" Chuangdich then warned, "I advise you all not to go any further. It's very dangerous." He immediately said to his two teammates, "Follow me." The three of them rushed inside as fast as they could. Inside, Nhanyu was already trembling as Vongan's powerful hand gripped her neck. He cruelly and coldly threatened, "I'll give you one last chance to live. Call Chuangdich out here right now." Nhanyu stammered, He's not here." Two of his cronies laughed excitedly. What a waste of such a fresh, pretty girl. "She's willing to lose her life for her boyfriend. I bet that Chuangdich guy is just a coward, probably hiding in a corner somewhere shaking in his boots. Seeing how many of us from Bloodgate are here, he's probably too scared to even show his face." Before the laughter could die down, a surge of energy sliced through their throats. They only had time to scream once before blood sprayed from their necks. That axe slashed toward Vongan once more. It was, of course, at godlike speed. He was still in shock when Chuangdich's icy voice rang out, "You dare touch her?" Seeing his love being oppressed like this, Chuangdich became even more enraged, his punches growing in power. "I think you've got a death wish." With one blow, Vongan tumbled to the ground. His underlings panicked and shouted, "Boss!" Nyanyu lay in Chuangdich's arms. "I'm sorry for making you worry." He gently replied with affection, "It's fine. Wait here for a moment. I'll deal with these Bloodgate scumbags first." Vongan, despite having a face full of bruises, still sneered, "Chuangdich, I think you don't realize the situation. This is my Bloodgate turf." He finished by screaming, "Capture them both! I'm going to make them suffer!" Immediately, Chuangdich was surrounded by the underlings of the Bloodgate. But just then, behind them, a group of Bloodgate members was sent flying into the air and crashed down for no apparent reason. Bat Huang flew in, swinging his sword. "How dare you bully my sister? Let's see how I turn you little dogs into mincemeat." Chuangdich reassured his brother and sister. "It's okay. Nyanyu only has minor injuries. Everyone, look after her first. The Bloodgate people are treacherous. Don't let them sneak attack." Then Long replied immediately, "Got it. If things go south, I'll provide backup whenever you need. Don't worry, we'll protect the young lady well." At the same time, Nyanyu interrupted. "Wait," she said weakly. "Take this. Maybe I can help. You need to be careful on your own." He was surprised. Hanyu had given Trongdik the Ring of Death once again. He took it immediately and offered a faint smile. Trongdik smirked to himself, thinking, "This time I'll use all of you as a sacrifice for the Ring of Death." An earth-shattering explosion rang out the very moment he dashed past. Trongdik scoffed inwardly. "The Bloodgate is nothing but a bunch of rabble. I want to see how long you can hold out." Looking at the ring, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. The growth limit of this ring is truly terrifying. At this point, let alone a measly Vongan from the Bloodgate, even if a second reincarnation berserker came here, they wouldn't be my match. Vongan screamed in a panic. "What are you all just standing there for? Fire! Shoot him down!" Trongdik looked at them, feeling calmer than ever. "Thanks for the arrows, guys. I was just worrying about how to trigger my skills." No sooner had he finished speaking than those arrows struck his back, and at the same time, Trongdik triggered his passive skill. He boasted loudly, "Let me show you a taste of the demon dragon's wrath." Little Black lunged out. This was an area of effect attack. "Hellfire Dragon Breath," the Bloodgate members wailed. "It's too hot! Boss, help me!" Vongan was forced to use Bloodthirst Berserk, snarling, "I don't believe it. In just a few short days, he's become this strong? Clearly, it was just luck that he won last time. He's definitely just bluffing." With those words, he charged forward. "I'll avenge my Bloodgate brothers." But before he could even lay a hand on him, the axe shattered in two. Looking at his weapon, Vongan froze, eyes darting around in confusion until he saw the blade pointed straight at his head. Now, Vongan finally grew nervous. "What are you doing? The Bloodgate is the #1 guild in Polar Ice City. If you dare to lay a finger on me, the Bloodgate won't let you off." Trongdik replied nonchalantly, "I've already killed you once. Do you really think I'm afraid of doing it a second time? Your Bloodgate commits every evil imaginable. I'll kill them one by one and wipe out the entire guild if I have to." Faced with this overwhelming presence, Vongan panicked. "Save me!" The moment the words left his lips, his head went flying. Trongdik said coldly, "Try being a better person in your next life." With no resurrection chances left, Vongan had truly been killed by Trongdik. The remaining lackeys were quickly dealt with, and Thanlong reported in immediately. "Guild leader, the Bloodgate members have all been taken care of. What should we do with this elite monster? I heard killing it gives quite a few rewards." Trongdik replied, "Don't kill it just yet. On you. You must have obtained the Dreamstone through your prayers, right? Try taking the Dreamstone you have and handing it to it." Nyanyu answered immediately, "Right away." And then Nyanyu gave the item to the Dream Flower. After absorbing it, the flower was deeply moved. "The faithful have brought the Dreamstone back to this place. Brave warriors, please follow me." Thanlong asked in surprise, "Guild leader, did you secretly read the strategy guide before opening the game today?" "To think you even knew this." You looked toward the Dream Flower. "Where is she leading us?" Trongdik answered, "Just follow her. She's going to take us to find the Dream Spring." Following the Dream Flower, everyone arrived at a spring. She immediately proclaimed, "Sleeping spirits, please awaken." As she finished speaking, the water's surface reacted instantly. From the blue depths, a fair-skinned girl appeared. "The Chosen One, you have finally arrived." This was the Dream Goddess, one of the 10 great gods of the apocalypse, corresponding to the 10 god-tier talent cards. A pair of glowing feet slowly touched the surface of the lake. "I have waited in this place for too long." Standing on the water, the Dream Goddess stared directly at Trongdik's group. "So long that I've forgotten how many years have passed." She put her hands behind her back, and a blue flower appeared beside her. "As the first player to find this place, shall bestow upon you a special reward." Carried by a trail of mist, the flower drifted over to where Nanyu was standing. "This is the dream flower I've been looking for." A notification box appeared. Congratulations to player Han Nanyu for obtaining the dream flower. Overjoyed, she hugged Trongdik. "This is so wonderful. Little Black is going to be saved." He reached out to pat Nanyu's head, her face flushing red. "Indeed, it's thanks to you that we were able to find the dream flower." On the side, Thanlong suggested to Bat Huang, "Young master, Should we scout the area first, just in case there are still Bloodgate members around?" He nodded with his eyes closed in agreement. All right." Trungditch hurriedly opened the book next to the dream, a flower and the magic potion bottle. "Next, I'll study how to replicate the resurrection potion. If I recall correctly, Lei Funya had created it like this before." A moment later, the notification box appeared along with the resurrection potion in front of him. "Finally, I've got it." Trungdick lowered his head and raised his hand to open a summoning magic circle for Little Black. He stroked Little Black, comforting him. "You've suffered lately." "Don't worry. Drink this now, and you'll recover." Little Black opened his mouth, and Trungdick poured the resurrection potion in. In an instant, a flow of golden energy enveloped him. Nyanyu ran over quickly, hugging Little Black in relief. "Our lively Little Black is finally back. I missed you so much." Looking up into the distance, the dream goddess was watching them. She silently held out her hand toward the group, leaving Na-Nu standing there with a bewildered expression. A card appeared with an image of the dream goddess standing on the shore printed clearly upon it. But Huang warned the group anxiously, "It's unclear what just happened, everyone be careful." Na-Nu stood there with her hand on her chest, looking up at an image of a group of people attacking a mansion gates 1,000 years ago, nobles attacking the continent. The dream goddess's face was sorrowful. Dream Spirit Mountain. Trang is the only peaceful land left untouched by the invasion. A group of people surrounds a figure, preparing to seal them away. To fight back against the nobility, the 10 great gods swore to unite and seal the Demon King. Bound by sealing chains, he let out a twisted smile. "Everything you do is just delaying your inevitable end." The dream goddess huddled there as the images of the 9 gods faded away. But after that great battle, the 9 gods simply vanished one after another without a trace, and I found myself drifting into a deep slumber. As the projection hovered and faded, she looked at Zhang Yi's group. "What you are seeing right now is just an illusion I created before falling asleep. My goal was to wait for the chosen warriors to find me and wake me up." Below, Yaru placed her hand over her chest. She slowly moved forward. The dream goddess was gone. Before the group, only flickering lights remained on the water's surface. A blue notification appeared. Dream goddess disappeared, legendary hidden quest triggered. After the 10 great gods sealed the Demon King, they disappeared one by one. Find the missing dream goddess. Zhang Yi was too busy looking ahead to notice what was behind him. We might have already been drawn into the quest. "Everyone, get ready." A moment later, as if guided by a sixth sense, he whipped his head around. A group of fierce-looking Lubu monsters brandished their blades to attack. "Look out!" The wave of Lubu monsters charged, blades swinging toward Zhang Yi's group. "Careful!" Yaru raised her weapon high and shouted, "Let me hold them off." Zhang Yi drew his sword, joining the fray. "I'll handle the 2 on the left." A beam of blue light shot straight at the Lubu monsters. "Frozen how?" Seeing them frozen solid before her eyes, Ba Huang laughed triumphantly. "Done." But to their surprise, within seconds, the ice around the monsters began to shatter. Control effects were useless against them. As the ice crumbled, the Lubu monsters charged with their blades. Realizing this wasn't working, Ba Huang lunged forward with his blade to engage in direct combat. "Looks like we have to take them head-on." With a single slash, he sent 2 of them flying backward. The weapon in Ba Huang's hands began to shift, and in a few seconds, it split apart. His weapon transformed into 2 separate blades, and Ba Huang began cutting them down one by one. On the other side, Qinglong and Zhang Yi were also engaging the Lubu group. Zhang Yi leaped forward with his blade. A moment later, the Lubu monsters lay defeated at their feet. "I'm done on my end, too." Yaru turned to look at Zhang Yi, surrounded by glowing butterflies. "You mean to say, only by waking the dream goddess and completing the quest? Can we leave this space?" As she finished speaking, she looked at the glowing butterflies as they took flight, emerging from the water below the lake. Suddenly, Zhang Yi lifted his head, his eyes glowing red. "I think we'll have our answer soon." A notification appeared, Treasure Hunter talent activated. At the bottom of the lake, a mirror was glowing. There was definitely something strange about the current in these depths. Looking at the fallen Lubu monsters, Qinglong crossed his arms, puzzled. Where on earth did these monsters even come from? "I checked the area before we got here. It was supposed to be safe." He knelt down to touch them. Externally, these monsters look quite similar to the demon warriors in the dream goddess's projection earlier. Yaru stood by, stroking her chin in confusion. But weren't the demon tribes already suppressed? How could they appear here? Zhang Yi reached out, palm open, sensing the butterflies. It feels like these butterflies are emerging out of thin air. He stood up abruptly and spoke to everyone. And could it be possible that we aren't in the original Dream Spirit Villa at all, but rather we've been pulled into the dream goddess's dream? As he spoke, she looked at him in surprise. Inside a dream? Zhang Yi lowered his head and explained, in a dream, you don't have to follow the basic rules of the game. That's why the suppressed demon warriors are appearing out of thin air, and why the butterflies are mimicking the image of the dream goddess from her memories. He continued, if it can absorb the data of multiple players and teleport them all at once, only the dream goddess could be behind it. That's why the dream goddess told us to find her and wake her up. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi dove straight into the water. Follow me, let's go check it out together. Water breathing spell. The other three quickly followed him into the deep. Water breathing spell, a mage-exclusive skill that provides group utility. Allows free movement underwater. Duration, 3 minutes. Zhang Yi pointed forward, signaling the group. Look, the butterflies are heading toward those stone palace gates. Watching closely, he smiled, guessing, that's likely a portal to another location. Let's head there. Suddenly, Yaru went silent, her eyes darting around. Something made Yaru's eyes widen in alarm. Wait, there's something at the bottom of the lake. A set of tentacles lashed out from the rocks, wrapping around her tightly like glue. It was an octopus-like monster. It clung to Yaru, its tentacles squeezing her body until she couldn't struggle. Zhang Yi immediately lunged forward with his blade, slicing the tentacles away. Little Ru, get behind me! A notification appeared. Water breathing spell duration remaining, 30 seconds. The four of them looked at the monster in confusion. This thing's regenerative ability is too strong, Ba Huang shouted urgently. Damn it! Our time is running out. We can't keep stalling with this thing. We have to get out of here. Seeing time was short, Zhang Yi suggested to the group, I can stay here and hold them off. Go open that gate. Another notification appeared. Water breathing spell duration remaining, 20 seconds. To save time, Ba Huang and Qinglong rushed ahead. Qinglong, come with me to open the palace gates. Another notification. Water breathing spell duration remaining, 10 seconds. He slammed his hands against the gate's opening. Time is almost up. Hurry and open it. Outside, Zhang Yi was struggling to fight off the monster as cracks began to appear in the structure. Ba Huang yelled, Pull harder! It's almost open! His mouth was filled with blood, and he gritted his teeth, struggling through the pain. 1, 2, 3. A notification appeared. Water breathing spell status ended. Finally, Ba Huang and Qinglong managed to force the gates open. A red protective barrier appeared, a barrier blocking Trongdik from swinging a barrage of slashes straight at the tentacles. Both of them quickly swam away from that spot. Seeing her getting a bit exhausted, he reached out to offer help. Take my hand. Trongdik's hand quickly grasped Nanyu's wrist, pulling her nimbly through the barrier that was holding them back. Without paying attention, one of his legs was tightly wrapped by the monster's tentacle. Bat Huang, standing nearby, raised his weapon high to start dealing with it, his blade slashing down hard, severing the tentacle. Close the door quickly! The door finally slammed shut. Outside, bloodied tentacles fell into the water. Inside the gate, Hanyu looked at Trongdik with a sigh of relief. That was so dangerous just now. Nearly dragged away by that monster, he nodded in agreement. It's safe now. That octopus can't get in here. Not wanting to waste a time, Trongdik urged the group. Let's go. We need to make the most of our time and take a look. The four of them stepped inside. The walls were covered in writing, and bulletin boards revealed aristocratic script. Looking at the lines of text, Trongdik began to analyze them for the group. The shapes of these characters are truly bizarre. I have such a creepy feeling. This is noble script. It seems just like what Mong Than said. This place was invaded by the nobles. My God, this place. A brutal war must have happened here, he said, stepping forward. Beside him were human skulls. Perhaps what we're seeing is only a small fraction of them. Following behind, Bat Huang and Than Long also entered. The scene was extremely eerie. Noble invaders. Could this be related to the upcoming apocalypse? In the dark space, 3 shadows appeared. Before long, the apocalyptic world will face a great catastrophe. No one will be able to escape it unscathed, as if they had discovered something. Nyanyu pointed forward. Look ahead, everyone. In front of the group were stairs, and at the top, on a rock tightly wrapped in chains, was a person. Isn't the person chained to the platform Mong-than? It was exactly as Trungdich had guessed. On the rock was indeed Mong-than. It seemed Mong-than's deep sleep was no coincidence. Behind this there was likely an even greater conspiracy. Suddenly, the chains began to move, jerking forward. Sitting on a black throne was a girl. "Hey, you 4 little reptiles," she said, eyes glowing crimson, baring sharp teeth as she shouted, "Do you have any idea whose territory you've stepped into?" Mong Lin slowly stepped down from the throne and headed straight forward. She radiated an aura of red energy. "I didn't expect you all to charge straight into this place." Mong Lin raised a hand to Mong-than's throat and challenged, "And even less did I expect that it's been so long. And yet, you still refuse to accept your fate." She caught a brilliant blue butterfly and gripped it tightly in her hand. "Did you bring them here, didn't you?" Mong Lin's face darkened. She leaned in close to Mong-than's ear and whispered, "Do you know? You've ruined these young people miserably. I really want to let you see with your own eyes how these reptiles die because of you." Suddenly, from afar, an impact sent several subordinates flying into the air. They raised their weapons. Nyanyu stood in front of Mong Lin's minions and commanded, "Hey, who are you? Release Mong-than at once." From up high, the girl crossed her arms and sneered, "Release her? That depends on whether you have the skill to do so." In an instant, the door behind Trungdich's group was surrounded by many massive iron chains. "You've entered my domain today. Don't even think about leaving." Mong Lin extended her arm forward, and a chain shot out from her hand. From high above, a giant rock slowly moved down, following the chain. The moment for Mong Lin to strike had come. The chain swung the rock toward his group. "Destroy these reptiles!" Nyanyu and Trungdich stood there, eyes wide, and began to use their own techniques. This place was filled with the corpses of noble warriors. "Use Spirit Summoner." The Spirit Summoner innate talent was activated. In a cloud of green smoke, Mong-than floated in the air. She looked down at Nyanyu below. "Your name is Nyanyu, right? You are very lucky. Hidden within you is a powerful strength that surpasses your understanding. Remember, you must always keep your faith." Mong Lin watched, her face falling into a state of confusion. Quickly, the two seemed to become one. She stood before Mong-than. She raised her hands to form a seal, and the chain-wrapped rock seemed to swap places, hurtling straight toward the girl's subordinates. They were crushed by the rock, their faces twisted in pain. The sight left Mong Lin covered in chains. Enraged, she hissed, "The same trick? Even the person behind me couldn't defeat me with that. Where do you get the confidence?" Not letting Mong Lin feel confident, Bat Huang, along with Than Long, dashed forward to launch an attack. "How about adding us to the mix?" "I'm coming to help too! Golden Lamentation!" The two did not hesitate to charge toward Mong Lin, who had her arms stretched straight out. "You want to die? Soul-locking chain." The chains wrapped tightly around Than Long's wrists, making it hard for him to move. Bat Huang was no exception. The chains bound his arms tightly. "What the hell is this?" Seeing the expressions on both of them, Mong Lin revealed a triumphant smile and shouted, "Come here and become my puppets. Everyone who is hit by my soul-locking chain will submit to me. What? What's this?" Just seconds later, both of their eyes turned crimson, looking like puppets. Bat Huang suddenly bared his teeth, his eyes glowing red as he turned to look back, saying nothing. Bat Huang lunged straight toward Trungdich's group standing in the distance. "I love watching close comrades kill each other most of all. Let the show begin." He gripped his weapon and aimed directly from above at Nyanyu's position. "You! What is wrong with you?" Bat Huang's actions made her look up, eyes wide with shock. "I'm your little new—" Suddenly, something blocked his weapon, sparking red flares. It was none other than Trungdich, using his blade to stand in front of Nyanyu to protect her. "Bat Huang, snap out of it!" A barrage of slashes was unleashed by Bat Huang. He struck hard at Trungdich without mercy. Mong Lin stood watching with amusement, her face smug as she explained, "He has now become my puppet. He only listens to my orders. Just like that, he—" unleashed a powerful glowing red slash at him relentlessly. "Get lost!" This threw Trongditch off balance. He was pushed backward and had to use his blade to steady himself. On this side, Bat Huang dashed like the wind toward Na Nyu. In front of her, wielding his weapon, he approached her slowly with glowing red eyes. Bat Huang paused. "She is your own biological sister." Na Nyu's face revealed clear fear. She seemed unable to do anything. Not far away, under Mong Lin's control, Thanlong raised a sharp bow. "Do not show mercy. Shoot an arrow through that woman's heart for me." Zhang Yi fell to his knees. "You widened your eyes and screamed her name. Na Nyu, look out behind you!" Sharp arrows whistled through the air like a gust of wind, hurtling straight toward her back in a split second. "Thanks to your magic." One of Mong Lin's minions became a human shield, saving Na Nyu's life. Na Nyu's soul summoner had grown significantly stronger. The summoned soul could now act independently. To protect the soul summoner in such situations, she raised both hands high, crimson flames erupting around her, filled with chains. "Heavenly soul shackles, bind them for me." Bat Huang obeyed her command, his mind controlled, and he lunged straight at them. "Give up. Your fate has already been sealed." Zhang Yi and Na Nyu stood back to back, weapons raised in defense. If they kept fighting like this, they would only end up hurting themselves. They couldn't bring themselves to strike hard against Bat Huang and Thanlong. "We have to find a way to escape this battle." Seeing the situation was turning grim, a magic circle appeared on the ground. Xiao He, summoned by his magic, emerged. With the two of them sitting on its back, Xiao He looked up from the ground, realizing they were planning to flee. Mong Lin scoffed mockingly. "And here, I thought you had some clever tricks up your sleeves to infiltrate this place. Turns out this is all you're capable of. Facing my power, is running away really the only thing you can do?" She raised her hand, aiming at the pair as a spiked chain lashed out. "Fate-binding chain strike. I'll make you watch with your own eyes as your comrades betray you, one by one." The chain slammed directly into Xiao He, triggering a massive explosion. It plummeted from midair, and finally Xiao He collapsed, curled up in pain on the ground. Through the thick smoke, Zhang Yi stood up, searching for her. "Ya Nyu, are you okay?" She bowed her head, stuttering. I'm fine, just a few scratches." "Over here." Mong Lin took slow, deliberate steps forward. "Ah, here you are." She reached out and lifted Zhang Yi's chin. "Both your magical beast and your comrades will become slaves to the king of the demon tribe. And you won't be escaping either." With a bloodied, scratched face, he smirked and replied, "Is that so?" Mong Lin's eyes widened in confusion. Suddenly, Xiao He appeared behind her out of nowhere, opening its massive jaws and swallowing her whole in one gulp. It worked. After dealing with Mong Lin, Zhang Yi was drenched in sweat, lost in thought. Bat Huang and Thanlong were only controlled because she had shackled them with the fate-binding chains. He couldn't let her chains touch Xiao He again. From out of nowhere, a spiked chain lunged toward a massive boulder on the ground. Zhang Yi shouted, "Xiao He, reinforce your left wing!" In the distance, Thanlong was still under control, his hands raised, drawing his bow. Didn't we already defeat the jailer of the demon tribe? Why haven't Thanlong and Bat Huang recovered yet? Maybe the duration of the spell hasn't worn off yet, or maybe... From inside a human skull, a dark, gloomy red flower bloomed. She was still alive. Mong Lin suddenly emerged from the flower, offering a sarcastic, mocking compliment. "I didn't expect to be fooled by such a petty trick of yours, but if you think that was enough to defeat me, you are seriously underestimating me." The sight left Zhang Yi rattled, though he had clearly grasped the connection between the flower and her. Soul displacement, using the spider lily to swap places with her true body. Successfully swapping places, a skill only Mong Lin possesses. Mong Lin raised her hand, her fingers brushing against her lush lips. "Could she be a Mong Lin too? I'll admit it. You are more tenacious than I previously thought, but this time I won't be careless enough to let you seize an opportunity again." Through the red haze, Zhang Yi gripped his blade, with Na Nyu beside him, bracing for defense. He asked her, "You used to be a Mong Lin, didn't you? That's why you fear the light like the other Mong Lin, and why you hide in this underwater palace, far from the sun's rays." Gripping his dual-colored blade tightly, Zhang Yi stared straight at her. "Why did you betray the dream god?" The question made her face darken. She gritted her teeth in frustration, refusing to answer. "Shut your mouth! I never want to hear that name ever again. Or that title. Meng Lin's hand twitched, sending the chains forward. Clearly, I am the only one capable of leading our people to eternal victory. Yet you all keep speaking on her behalf, she shrieked, attacking them directly. Go to hell! Seeing the situation turning dire, Zhang Yi called out, Summoning! Tintin, Apocalypse Chronos. She appeared beside him in a flash. What time is it in the apocalypse right now? A clear clock face appeared beside her. Tintin announced, Master, it is currently 6:45 in the morning. Nanyu looked confused by Zhang Yi's actions, rubbing her chin. Are you trying to gather information? He glanced up at where Meng Lin was hovering. You used to be a Meng Lin, right? That's why you fear the light like all the others, hiding in this palace beneath the sea, far from the sunlight. Now's the time. As soon as he finished, the blade in Zhang Yi's hand flew forward. It headed straight for Meng Lin. She stood still, smiling confidently. A low-level attack like that can't hurt me. Meng Lin effortlessly arched her body to dodge the blade. But it didn't stop there. Zhang Yi's blade pierced the high ceiling of the cave, causing a massive explosion as it tore through the rock. The cracks let in a beam of sunlight, which shone directly onto Meng Lin, causing her to scream in agony. No! Her fierce appearance faded, replaced by a gentle, white-clad form. How unfortunate. Your wonderful dream ends here. This is light. In an instant, Bat Huang snapped out of his trance, no longer controlled. He clutched his head, grimacing as he stepped forward. Ugh, my head. Dream Spirit slumped to the ground, blinking in confusion as she looked around. Who are you people? Her demeanor took Nanu by surprise, who stood there with hands on her hips. What's going on? She wasn't like this when she was controlling you and Than Long to attack us earlier, Bat Huang added, tapping his forehead as he studied her. On the contrary, she's no different from the dream spirit we encountered before. Trongdit quickly spoke up, analyzing the situation for everyone. She was likely being controlled by the power of the demon clan, but her true self is still the same as the dream spirit. She can't be exposed to light. Intense light will drain all of her spiritual energy. Above them, the chains wrapped around the dream goddess began to fade away. She seemed to regain consciousness, her eyes slowly fluttering open. The dream goddess drifted down from above, surprising Niha Nu below. Lord Dream Goddess. She spread her palms outward, her gaze unfocused. By my command, awaken, all my dream spirits. From high above, a series of brilliant golden rays shone down to the ground. Several hundred white-clad maidens knelt before the dream goddess. She gracefully took her place on her throne, then looked toward Trongdik's group and spoke, Young friends, please forgive the unsightly display. She was merely bewitched by the king of the demon clan, causing her to lose herself for a time. Thank you all for saving her. The dream goddess's eyes flickered with an indescribable sadness. 100 years ago, after the demon king was sealed away, the remaining evil spirits bewitched my kin. The memories of the demon clan attacking her subordinates and her dream spirits flooded back. I was forced into a deep slumber because my spiritual energy was exhausted. In my dreams, I saw the forces of the demon clan once more. They surged forth like a swarm, and I couldn't determine if it was just a dream or a warning sent from above, but I could not just watch as the continent sank into catastrophe again. Then, the image of the dream goddess bound in chains returned. I couldn't fight back, so to eventually awaken, I could only leave behind an illusory guide at the Dream Spirit Manor for challengers to find. Until you appeared, the Dream Spirit Manor returned to its original appearance. A notification panel appeared. Congratulations to Trongdik's squad for completing the mission. The Dream Goddess vanished, granting them the divine artifact, Blessing of the Dream Goddess. Legendary grade. Quantity 1. A golden chest was summoned by the Dream Goddess right in the center of the group. This is your reward for completing the mission. Please take it. Seeing the reward, Trongdik knelt down and ordered, There's so much gear here. Even counting Donfeng and Tu Jiao, if everyone takes one piece, there's still plenty left. You two, come over and pick what you want. Bat Huang stroked his chin in thought. The Dream Goddess armor isn't bad. As for Than Long, he just raised his hand. That Dream Goddess wrist guard is mine. Looking toward Nanyu, the Dream Goddess commanded, Han Yanyu, come to me. This left her quite flustered. Dr. Dream Goddess? She held the weapon Nanyu had used earlier for both attack and defense. The dream goddess handed it back to her. A notification panel appeared. Item: Blessing of the Dream Goddess, level 50. Type: Staff, Stats, plus 20% attributes. Skill: Power of the Blessing. All squad members receive a 20% boost to their attributes. Is this for me? From her hand, a golden card floated toward Nanyu. It is more accurate to say that it has chosen you. Your talent card was originally formed from my power. It is the purest form of the Dream Goddess's strength. You are another version of me. Giving it to you is only fitting, is it not? Trungdit stood there, his eyes wide with astonishment. No wonder Nanyu's spirit swapper talent and the Dream Goddess's summoning techniques were so similar. So, the god-level talent cards contain the condensed power of the gods of the apocalypse. Very well. Floating in the air, the Dream Goddess looked at Nanyu and offered her help. You have spent much time because of me. I will help you leave this place first, but I have one more difficult request. Take my place and help the apocalypse find and awaken the 9 gods quickly. As for the rest, if the catastrophe truly descends, please believe that what I can do for this world, you can do as well. The blue sky was filled with sparkling stars, and the wind blew softly. At a massive structure on the high mountain near the Dream Spirit Manor, Trongdik's group was transported out by the Dream Goddess, standing there and looking around. Why does it feel... This place doesn't look like it did before at all. It used to look so gloomy. Perhaps this was the original appearance of the Dream Spirit Manor. The previous look was likely due to the influence of the Demon Clan's invasion. Suddenly, a girl covered in scratches appeared, clutching her chest and gasping for air. As if by a sixth sense, Hanyu turned to look behind her. Seeing the wounded Luto calling for help, she shrieked in panic, Luto, what happened to you? Hurry, run! One of the red-robed beastmen pointed at Trongdik's group and reported to the Grand Elder, Grand Elder, Blood Young Master has been harmed at their hands. Behind him, the others whispered, Clearly, these people don't take our Bloodgate seriously at all. The Grand Elder clenched his fists, baring his sharp teeth. Attack, all of you! Capture them for me. Trongdik watched them, guessing, looks like the people from the Bloodgate have come to avenge Blood Vongan. Supporting Luto, Nyu looked at them with disdain. You commit evil acts yourselves, yet you're still so arrogant. She quickly grabbed the weapon the Dream Goddess had enchanted and raised it high. Blessing of the Dream Goddess. That thing in her hand is the Dream Goddess's divine artifact. They found the Dream Goddess. Standing there, the elder placed his hands on his hips and ordered his underlings. Draw your swords and attack. They're just a bunch of brats. Our Bloodgate has searched for years without finding a trace of the Dream Goddess. You can tell at a glance she's just holding a fake to scare us. Bloodgate, all together now, but they all fell under the sharp blades of Bat Huang and Trungdich. Is it a fake divine artifact or not? Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Following behind, Nanyu and Thanlong triggered the power of the blessing, increasing all squad members' attributes by 20%. The strange sight before him made the Grand Elder frown, his brow dripping with sweat. She actually managed to get a divine artifact from the Dream Goddess? Looking at the weapon in her hand, which was emitting a brilliant green glow, it seems there's no way to let them live now. Facing him, Trongdich pointed his dual-colored blade and roared, Are you going to surrender yet? Behind the Grand Elder, the underlings were hesitant. Grand Elder, what do we do? All of our men have fallen. Grand Elder, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be firewood to burn, right? Maybe we should. Before the man could finish, the Elder grabbed him by the throat. Grand Elder, you? Just like that, the 2 beastkin greedily inhaled the crimson energy radiating from their bodies. The Bloodgate actually raised such spineless wretches? You'd be better off as sacrifices for me. Red mist swirled relentlessly around the Great Elder. Brothers, come on out! Suddenly, a figure with blazing red eyes appeared within the mist, hovering in mid-air. Down below, a group of people carrying heavy stones surrounded Zhang Yi's team. Everyone, be careful! It's an ambush! The Great Elder, his eyes glowing red, bared his sharp teeth in a smug grin. You killed so many of my Bloodgate followers. If I don't avenge them, what face will the Bloodgate have left? Suddenly, the men slammed the stones they were carrying onto the ground with a massive thud. 2 of the beastkin in their ranks raised their hands, their eyes burning red. Today, either you die or we perish. In an instant, the beastkin sliced their palms open, blood gushing out, and slammed their bleeding hands directly onto the stone slabs. Blood pooled across the ground. Die! The blood sacrifice formation was activated. Within seconds, all the stones lit up, and a Taoist gossip formation encased his team. What kind of skill is this? Looks like a formation array that requires multiple people to trigger. Stay sharp, everyone! Zhang Yi looked up as a stream of light raced down along the chains. To avoid wasting time, Zhang Yi gestured and commanded the others, "You all stay here for now. I'm going to check the perimeter to see if there's a way out." "Got it." Huang nodded from the side. "I'll check the other side." Yaru called out from behind, "You two, be careful. If you can't find a way, come back." A moment later, Zhang Yi gripped his sword and reached the edge of the stone field, where the red mist hung heavy. Thinking this must be the boundary of the blood sacrifice formation, he swung his blade hard at the barrier. "Break for me." The magic of his blade seemed ineffective, merely rebounding with a backlash. The great elder's massive figure appeared above the stones, laughing triumphantly. "You fools! You can't escape. You've been caught in the art. You can never leave the blood sacrifice formation." Seeing the two return, Yaru immediately asked, "What's the situation?" Zhang Yi wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "It's no good. The barrier of this formation truly cannot be forced open with spiritual power." Huang sighed beside him and nodded. "Yeah, I tried several times myself, but it was useless." Outside the formation, the great elder pointed at a beastkin nearby and barked, "Strengthen the blood sacrifice formation." Blood began to pour from the stone slabs in even greater quantities. Following that, a group of mysterious, malevolent spirits emerged from the ground. They swarmed in waves toward Zhang Yi's team. "Look, everyone, those things are surrounding us." The four of them drew their weapons and charged into the fray, fighting back, while Zhang Yi focused on dodging. The number of spirits only increased the more they killed, leaving the group in dire straits. "Don't waste your energy. The number of spirits in this formation will keep growing over time. You'll never be able to finish them off." A moment later, Zhang Yi leaned on his blade, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. It seems the true power of this blood sacrifice formation is to use these endless swarms of spirits, to drain the opponent's blood and spirit, slowly torturing them to death. Suddenly, a girl lunged at him from behind. "Zhang Yi, watch out!" She wrapped her long, sharp-clawed hands tightly around his neck, and she didn't stop there. Yueling leaned in, whispering into his ear, "Little cutie, you can't escape from my grasp, you know. I'm just going to hold on to you like this. Why not just stay in this formation with me? I'm honestly just so lonely and bored." It infuriated him. He gritted his teeth and struggled. "I don't want anything to do with you filthy spirits. Damn it, these things are such a pain to deal with."